Hello and welcome to the Inbetween podcast. I'm your host, Joe Scott. I'm joined here by Tony Tonzati. And today, Tony, we had to talk about our games of 2024.
Yeah, happy 2025, I
Happy
suppose. New year.
2025. Did you? I'll talk about it at the end. But did you make a resolution for this year at all? Did you? Is that something you
In
like
terms of
doing?
games,
Yeah. In terms of games, here we go.
I think I do. I have small ones. I think it is basically just like play more, but I can go into a slightly more detail like
We'll
later.
talk about it at the end because
But
that's
yeah,
when we'll
yeah.
wrap up. But
Talk about the new
uh,
year.
this year, I've decided that I should probably just give individual awards to games I'm interested in. Awards should be an excuse to talk about something you really enjoyed rather than trying to put
Yep.
them up against each other. Essentially, what I'm doing is I'm stealing the format of the No Clip Podcast Game of the Year awards, as all great auteurs do. They borrow or steal, as we have stolen the
Beg.
format of this podcast from the WAN show.
That's true. Yeah.
And where do you want to start, Tony? Should we talk about not only on the podcast do we like
Um.
talking about the best games we played that came out in 2024. We like to talk about the best games we played in that
Yeah.
year because we feel they should still be talked about. Where do you want to start? One of the smaller
I was
categories?
just, but well, before you said that, I was just say like I'd say this over the last couple of years since I've changed to this. Like my stuff is only stuff I have played in that year because I played so few games. I can't talk about games that come out this year. So almost all of mine, apart from one, did not come out this year. But yeah,
Okay.
as I say, do we want to lead with like or do we end with like
I
best
think we
game
end with like the
of?
best
Yeah,
games or
that's what I was thinking.
yeah.
Oh, I don't know the best. Like I kind of want to like do like some of like the smaller stuff maybe like.
Uh, well, shall I start with something you
Yeah,
won't
I
have?
think.
I'll start with something that I know you won't have much to say about, but so I'll
Yeah.
start with my favorite soundtrack of the year because I
Okay.
I made a list and I had like 11 awards for games that came out this year, and you said you had about
I
six
have
or seven or
6.
something, right?
Yeah.
Awards to give out. Um, so my best soundtrack of the year, I'll just read through them and then I'll tell you which one my favorite was. My favorite soundtracks that came out this year was Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion, Persona 3 Reload, which is like a re-release of old tracks with new tracks added on. Metaphor Refantasio. I like how this came out and I was like, this soundtrack is fucking sick. It's like a Buddhist monk rapping over like as like a battle
Oh.
theme, and the
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
composer was like, yeah, I literally wasn't trying to make anything that impressive, but people just seem to really like it. Um, we have
Yeah.
Animal
Classic.
Well, which I want to talk about Animal Well for a little bit because I feel like Animal Well suffers from Metroid Dread soundtrack syndrome, where it's really fucking good, but it's not a banger that you put on your banger playlist. It's not like, yeah, I got to put on that song and rock
Do
out
you,
hard to it. It's just like, it's so
I
atmospherically great. It's
Yeah,
really,
yeah.
really good.
Do you not have an atmospheric playlist though? Because I have like a dark
No,
and atmospheric
no.
playlist. Okay.
But like, I just want to specifically Animal Well. I know it's made by one guy, Billy Basso. He did the entire soundtrack himself as well. Like, I saw a video of him in his studio making the tunes. Uh, just as a side note, Tony, I've become really interested in synths and specifically like chip tunes and synths and stuff like
Mm.
that, like old Famicom chip tunes. And it's on my
Yeah.
list of hobbies that are just way too expensive to get into. But if I could have like a bunch of synths to play around with, that would be really interesting.
Is there
Um,
not a cheaper way to like emulate or like have like the lesser version?
Yeah, it has to be something I look more into. But
Yeah.
um,
Okay.
then we have another Crab's Treasure from the creators of Going Under, which was another great soundtrack. Another Crab's Treasure is a great soundtrack. And then we have one coming on at the end, UFO 50. Really good tunes on UFO 50. Also, 50 different games with different soundtracks. There's even like this really cool before you even start up UFO 50, there's like this chip tune drum and bass track that plays before you get into the menu. It's like, dude, it's really fucking cool. Um,
Hmm.
so I think my favorite soundtrack of 2024 was Persona 3 Reload. Like, it's not, I love jazz, and this is just, I mean, And UFO 50 does come close until it is like there's a lot of like it's almost like chiptune funk. It is there's some really cool tracks in UFO 50. Animal Well again. Don't sleep on Turnip Boys soundtrack either. Really great tunes there, but I think I'm giving the best soundtrack of 2024 to Persona 3 Reload.
I didn't write anything down, but I actually have two things on the list where I could actually talk about music.
If you want to, go ahead.
I was just going to mention that there's two.
Is this for pre 2024? Because I have a list for that as well.
If you want to do that first, yeah. I'll say technically yes, but one of them did also come out this year. So
my pre 2024 Hi-Fi Rush, Celeste, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Persona 3 Dancing in the Moonlight, Catherine, and Rez. I played Rez Infinite. I think there's some really strong tracks on there, like Resurrections by Lena Rain. Like the Celeste soundtrack is fucking sick. I really like the Celeste soundtrack. Yeah. Hi-Fi Rush is cheating because they have the Black Keys and the fucking Prodigy on there, which is I remember when playing Hi-Fi Rush last year, and I was like, they have original tracks and they're also really good. Like I think there's one called In the Halls of History that was one of my favorite tracks from that game. I'll pull up my game soundtrack. I create a playlist on YouTube of my favorite tracks from that year. Whenever I play a game, I try and go, was there a song I really enjoyed from that? Let's pick one out and put it onto my track. And the one I struggled the most with of not putting every track on was Persona 3. I wanted to put... There's a YouTube video on YouTube called The Best Tracks of Persona 3 Reload, and it's the entire soundtrack. And I'm like, I cannot disagree. And then there's also, I think, genuinely my favorite soundtrack from pre-2024 was Final Fantasy VII Remake. Like, this song, I don't read kanji, but I believe this translates to high five. Really, it's like this mix of like this classical, almost like Eris theme to like some more like electronic, fast-paced music. There's this really good, because like it's... what's his name? The original Final Fantasy soundtrack guy is like he's credited in all of them, but it's because he composed like the original soundtrack, because he made that new game came out on Apple Arcade.
Derivative sort of thing.
As well. What was it called? What am I thinking? Is it Neo Fantasian I'm thinking of? Anyway, I'm going off a tangent.
Tangerines.
Yes. Fantasian Neo. I also heard that he was like just one of the weirdest crossovers I've ever seen. It was like a WWE wrestler was coming out to like a track composed by the Final Fantasy composer, and I was like, this is such a weird crossover. I think it's Nobunu Umematsu is who I'm thinking of. Really, really talented guy. Made some really, really cool soundtracks, and they've been remixed over the years with the Final Fantasy VII remake. So yeah, I can't play any of the music. I'm fairly sure I could play UFO 50 music, and I would be 100% fine, because I'm sure that 50 indie devs aren't going to try and sue me into the ground.
Well, unless someone's put like an AI.
But like when it comes to people like Sega and Final Fantasy, I'm a bit more worried about playing that stuff. Hang on, listen to this. This is UFO 50.
Oh yeah,
intro credits.
That's good.
I have this comment here. It's like 90s jazzy jungle with a fun chiptune twist. Like there is genuinely some really interesting music in UFO 50.
That's a good way to put it, actually.
And one of my favorite tracks from UFO 50 was Pilot Quest, which is like an AFK idle game you play, and it runs in the background while you play the other games. It's really cool.
100,000.
Sorry?
How big is the playlist?
I have 100 games on here, I think. Over 100. Oh, I've got Bakamatai. I've got some... Oh, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Dracula's Castle. Banger. Some of these games I've never played, but I hear the song, and I'm like... This is really cool. This track is Balatro tune remade and remixed on a N163, which was a chip tune designed for the Japanese NES, the Famicom, and it sounds really cool. This is like, I love synths because it's like musical instruments. You need to like, there's a skill to like plucking guitars and like
Yeah.
hitting drums and stuff like that. But when it comes to synths, it's all about just putting in waves and maths into a computer and just being like, I
Yeah.
hope this makes a really cool sound.
And adding effects on top of it and then combining it. Yeah, I appreciate that as well. But I think both have like interesting ways you can be combined. Just I can think about synths way easier as a non-musician.
But not only did Persona 3 have Persona 3 Reload with fucking amazing tracks, we also got Persona 3 Reload Episode Aegis, which has its own fucking like the soundtrack to this. I didn't play the DLC because I wasn't on Game Pass, and also it was kind of a slog apparently. But the soundtrack's still fucking sick. Like they are cooking at Sega's music department.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now, like Atlas, Yakuza, Sonic games, say what you will about the gameplay, the music is always really fucking good. Like, have you ever heard the soundtrack to Sega Bass Fishing? I shit you not. Listen to this song.
Yeah.
Listen to the. I can't play this because of reasons, but play
bass?
this song and bass fishing, whatever you want to say. I'm gonna say
why
bass.
Is this fish, isn't it? It's a fish, I think.
Because it's music. But I will say,
absolutely.
Listen to this song and be like, oh, something epic must be happening right now. And no, this is the song that plays when you open your tackle box. It's a fishing game.
Mm-hmm.
There is some really wild music stuff out there. And I think video game soundtracks do not get the respect they deserve. And there's some really cool music stuff out there.
No, that's true. Yeah, so, yeah, 100%.
So those are my best soundtrack. What did you want to talk about, Tony?
Oh, okay. So I guess because it's been split into like games not 2024 and 2024, I can just say both of them. So game 2024 is so in almost every like major expansion to Solaris, they tend to add music, and this time was no different. But I don't normally think them as bangers. Sometimes I do. Like some of them I think are really good. I like an old one is like Utopia has some really good music they added, but this time it's like cyberpunk like style music they added to Machine Age, and it's really good. It's currently like they play it at the main menu, that they prioritize that music over their older stuff, and it's really nice. It's very different from anything else in the game, but I think it still kind of works with the spacey theme. I can't really go much more into detail about like musical stuff. Like I'm not great at describing music, but yeah, just a solid like cyberpunk soundtrack. I don't know how many songs there are, but
I have zero knowledge of musical knowledge, or musical wankery, as some of my more knowledgeable friends would like to call it. But
no,
I just
you have more information of like the processes and the subgenres, and I think you have more information that you can give about.
I just like what I like. I'm just not bothered about the rest of the stuff. If you like this, like it.
Yeah. I just feel like it's our purpose to like justify it. Otherwise, I'm just saying what I like. I want to explain why.
Tony, this award show.
But no, it's
great.
Making
a list of stuff we like.
True.
That's all it's for.
That is true. It is true. But yeah, no, I think I don't know if there's I keep hearing it in like when people do like talk about space. Like I watch like space concepts and things. They use a lot of stuff. I've noticed recently when I see people talk about cyberpunk stuff, they're using Solaris Machine Age stuff sometimes as well. So yeah, if there's a way to listen to it easily, like try it. I think it might be on Spotify. I'm not sure. But yeah, and then the other thing that I really really like is Mechanicus music, which I don't know when Mechanicus came out. I think it's 2021 or something. So, but Mechanicus music is absolutely fantastic. Like
2018,
like synth gothic. 2018. Okay, it's a lot older than I thought then.
See, I think both of these games will probably have awesome soundtracks, but will suffer because they're more like background, like atmospheric stuff. Where I think I could potentially listen to them and be like, "Oh, this is really great," but it's not what I'm going to put on at the party house,
Oh no, no, no. But I like it's great background music for this stuff. Like I would like people who don't like when they're like talking about high sci-fi concepts that put these sort of music behind what they're talking to. Like it's great for that.
Yeah.
And I just really like it. And I do, and again, I do have a playlist of like these sort of types of music in on my Spotify playlist. So
I think
yeah,
again
I
that
really I would listen to Mechanicus music. It's really really good.
I think a soundtrack based on your description, you might like. I would recommend listening to the Metaphor sound. Like it has some really
Yeah,
good like epic background tunes. Like I would give
the
the
bits I've
Metaphor.
heard sound good. Yeah,
Yeah, like I was just generally walking through a dungeon and I was like, man, this is a fucking tune. Like
I
it's like like when you're going through Grand
yeah
Triad, the big town. It's like these big epic ballads, and it's just like I would just
yeah.
walk away, like I'd put it on pause and I'd walk away and go downstairs and make a cup of tea, and I'd just be humming along.
We're
It's just so like epic and relaxing.
we're a weird point is like for at least for me anyway. Like maybe I need to look into it more. But it's like things with like choir or orchestral or big old
Mm,
ballads. Like I just feel like game music do that much better than any other medium or even just like music itself by itself sort of thing. So
yeah,
yeah, I just find them much better at that in general, at least to my ears. Yeah,
but
that's
yeah.
my my two I can talk about.
Well, I picked best soundtracks. Do you want to pick the next award to give away? We'll take it in turns.
Yeah, I guess you did. You technically did too. So I'll switch gears. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense to okay, okay, I'm just gonna get out of the way of like I don't know if you want to do this, but I was gonna do like best DLC of that I
Sure.
played
Yeah, I
and
have a
came out
list.
this year actually. So it's
I,
best
w-
DLC of 2024.
I will quickly mention I wrote down. I want to say I don't think I played a single DLC in 2024, and then I remembered one DLC I played that came out this year and one DLC I played that came out last one of the previous years,
Oh.
but I don't have too much to say about them. Like,
Oh, okay,
so
okay, fair enough.
you go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I've mentioned this before in the soundtrack. It's the Stellaris Machine Age DLC. Um, man, I think I think okay.
Locutus
I feel like
Borg.
Stellaris is like a bit of the cutest of Borg. Yeah. Well, okay. This is okay. This is. I'll describe it in like. I'll just describe it briefly before I get into like why I like it. I suppose this
Right,
is like the Mechanicus DLC. Like you can now play as like a spiritualist nation that prays to machines effectively.
right, okay,
Like that was not possible before. So you can actually play as Warhammer 40k Mechanicus like people, and that is absolutely fantastic. And there's just so many other like small changes and like things that they did to like the ascension paths. There's now 3 different ascension paths for for like people who become like machine empires, and there's 3 separate ascension paths if you start as a machine like hive mind. Like
right.
there is some crossover there, but they had to make some things unique, and it's just absolutely great. And I actually completely forgot about that, but I was watching the trailer on screen. They've added like medium-sized mega structures that like fit really nicely, like middle of the game, that then like feed into older mega structures. That like
So
upgrade from
it's
these new
done
mega
some
structures into the
good
old
balancing at the
ones.
same time.
Yeah, and it's just really, really nice. Oh, and the new Chrome ship sets look absolutely fantastic. Like yeah. It fixed. I haven't been excited for like Solaris for a couple of years now. It feels like maybe
Right.
I'm like, misremembering, but like it kind of felt like a dull thing. It's like this was like the first time. The other DLCs were good as well, actually. I think, but like this one like really like picked things up and it's like
I was,
fixed a lot of issues and integrated well with the
can
other
I ask you a
updates for the
question?
council.
I'm watching this
Yeah.
trailer for this Stellaris DLC, and it says instant unlock Rick the Cube. What is Rick the Cube?
It's a, it's. So when you make an empire, you can like choose your species. Look, it's just a
Mm.
species like
Oh, okay.
icon thing, I suppose.
I was hoping Rick the
Um,
Cube was like Jeff the Shark. He was like this crazy character inside Stellaris.
well, in an older DLC, I think it either came a couple of years or like the year before sort of thing. Was like they added like named characters into the world. I was expecting that from him, like he'd be like
Okay.
a robot character you can find in space, but I don't think that's the case. It's just a really I don't really like Rick the Cube. as an
You're anti Rick the Cube.
species. I just like go like when I'm making a robot species, like I did it like the other week. I just looked at them and went, that's not what I'm going for my robot species.
Okay.
So yeah, and I want to just like reemphasize as well. Like I recently just played like the robot species, and like this DLC fixes like makes playing robots way more interesting again, but they've been boring for so long. So like, they fixed the mid game, or made the mid game more interesting and made it more fascinating for like normal empires. And if you're playing as like this machine obsessed people, like it's even more interesting. And it fixes robots that were really boring for the longest time. So like I just feel like it solved a lot of stuff in one expansion. So I think it's kind of I think it's the most expensive expansion. They might
Oh,
have like made all
what's
of
the?
them the same
It's
price, but
£21.99. It says here. What are they usually?
yeah, I think there's like £18 normally expansions, but I think they've been increasing the price over time. I
This
think they might all
Cosmic
be.
Storm one from this year was £11. Is that different to this one then?
Yeah, so that's a smaller one. This is like I would call. It's not really a story pack, but it's of that sort of scale. It's like kind of like
People fucking hate
similar.
this Cosmic Storm thing, no matter.
It's too expensive. It
Okay.
looks really cool, but there's not much in it.
Okay. Right.
I don't know. There might be some gotchas as well, like some of the mechanics around it, but like there's like settings around like really cool looking cosmic storms that move across the galaxy and have negative effects and things. But you can also get bonuses if you like pray to it and stuff. So
So that was your DLC of 2024.
yes,
Shall I do mine quickly and then you can do your pre
yeah, oh,
one?
yeah.
I actually played a few DLC that came out this year, but my favorite one was the Shrek special pack for Power Wash Simulator. It's
Nice,
more
nice.
Power Wash Simulator, but it's Shrek. That's literally all it
Yeah.
is. I think there was also Alice in Wonderland that technically came out this year. I'm trying to think if there was any paid ones that came out. I think it was Warhammer came out this year, which
Oh, okay, this
the
is. Oh,
yeah,
2024, is it? Okay.
which I know people are mixed on. They go very intricate. If you're into like Warhammer
Yeah,
models, you might like this more. But as someone who's more into Power Wash, it's like very like tiny individual pieces of like ships and stuff like that, and it gets very
yeah.
fiddly.
Needed more mechs, less tanks, in my opinion.
I think for the Alice in Wonderland one, there was some maps I was just like some of the ending maps, like the bigger ones, I was like, I just want this to be over, sort of thing. Like, whereas I thought the Shrek one was pretty well made through and through, and it was good theming as well, right?
A good balance.
Yeah, like you have iconic places. You have like Duloc, the honeymoon gingerbread house. You have like the dragon's castle. You have Shrek's house. Like you got a lot of like really cool locations, and there's a decent amount of them. Oh, you had the
I
fairy
like how you're
godmother's
adding the mud
potion
back
factory.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wash the mud back in like Shrek wanted it.
Wash them up, but get rid of the pink stuff.
Do you want to? Did you have a DLC that was pre
Um,
2024 you want to talk about?
no, I don't. I think if you do another one, because then I'll sit
Okay.
in the next one. I'll run out of stuff.
My favorite DLC of 2000 of before 2024 was Final Fantasy VII Remake Intermission. I actually preferred this to the base game. I don't think it has an individual store page because it's just included with Remake on Steam.
Oh, is it? It's just a part of it.
Yeah, you just buy it and you get the DLC because that's
Oh,
how
okay.
because they really the
Just
thing
packaged together.
about Final Fantasy VII Remake is it is very much a PS4 game. So you have like every time you walk through through an area, it has that PS4 we are hiding loading screen, so making you slowly crawl
Oh,
through a
yeah,
crack in between two buildings.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Final Fantasy VII Remission, I believe it's called, is you play as Yuffie, and you are like a ninja, and it came out on the PS5. So this was the game that went from the PS4 to the PS5, and it's just like, oh, you need to get over there? You can immediately go over there. And I'm like, thank fucking God. Like, playing Final Fantasy VII, you spend most of your time either in a cutscene or walking slowly through buildings, and it is so fucking tedious to a point where the DLC I think it was only like 4 hours long, and I was like, thank God. It was just I was like, this is a short little sweet DLC. It was really fun, and the actual like character like Yuffie is really fun to play. Like you have like this giant chakram things, and you can use magic, and based on the changing your elemental type changes on how you attack. It was actually really interesting. Whereas at the base game, you have like Cloud has a sword, Tifa punches things, Barrett has a gun. I just thought that the overall like I think they took the lessons from Final Fantasy VII Remake on the PS4 and they went, okay, let's improve that for the DLC, which
That's
makes me
yeah,
really excited for Rebirth because I've heard that they've
yeah,
like just
yeah.
even further improved it for Rebirth. So I'm hoping that game's just a lot better because I think there was some good quality of life stuff to improve on Remake. But yeah, that's my pre 2000. I genuinely think I prefer the DLC to the base game, a Final Fantasy VII Remake. That is my hot take, maybe. I don't know what people think about that.
So is that a hot take? Is it?
I did not like the mini game of Final Fantasy
Oh,
VII Remake
that's
because
true.
apparently I want to play Rebirth because apparently there's a card game mini game in Rebirth, but I think it's called Queen's Gambit or something like that. Queen's Blood. I think Queen's Gambit's the Netflix show with who's it, Anna Taylor Joy.
I mean, the
Um,
chess one.
the chess one, yeah. Because the first game has the mini game inside of it is just random. It's like you do like squats or you're punching a bag or there's like an arena or there's just random mini games in the first game. They just threw a bunch in. For the DLC, they
No, lots of them.
specifically put like a 1v1 like summoning minions game, and I immediately was like, I'm not like a strategy guy mostly, so I just didn't connect with it, and I pretty much just ignored it. It was like, hey, do you want to play me in a game? It's like, you want to play me in a game of Final Fantasy strategic mini game, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm just gonna keep playing the base game, the like main story sort of stuff. I'm just gonna keep going.
Yeah, that makes sense. It looked a bit weird from what I saw of it as well.
But yeah. Let's have a look. Should we move on to a different category then? Since
Yes, if you do another one.
yeah, I think I will talk about. I will quickly mention the best mod 2024. I I barely played any mods 2024. I don't know if you have more to say about mods
Yeah.
because you're usually a mod guy.
Mm,
There's a mod that just came out that I'm very excited to play, and it's a Doom mod, and my mod of the year is also a Doom mod. So, my favorite mod 2024 was Doom 2 Ray Traced. I think it was one of the only mods or major mods I played. I mean, you mentioned that I was
it looked
modding.
good.
You mentioned that I was modding.
Oh,
I was modding Half-Life 2 to make it
Half-Life 2,
unrecognizable.
yeah.
I had like Hatsune Miku
Yeah.
and Barney as CJ from San Andreas and stuff like that. I think I just wanted to honorable mention these didn't. I don't think these came out this year, but I just want to give it a shout as someone who literally uses these resources almost every time I install a game. The PC Gaming Wiki is one of the most useful fucking websites to load up a game and then going, oh, what's the essential mods? And I like literally this year I installed Metaphor. I go to the PC Gaming Wiki. It's like, here's Metaphor fix. It skips the intro videos that are 10 minutes long for no reason, and like it allows you to just immediately boot into the game. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Immediately, you just go to the PC Gaming Wiki, you download that mod, instantaneous, very useful stuff. And I also used Steam Superheater this year, which is a GitHub project which essentially scans your computer for classic games and then goes, oh, there's an essential fix for this old game, and it just automatically installs it for you. I used this while playing Resident Evil 2 Revelations. That game has broken weird split screen support, and it actually makes the game run properly. And it's like, I just clicked a button and it installed itself, and it was super fucking useful.
That's great.
Honourable mentions that I put because they were the only big mods that I could think of that came out this year, but I did not play them, were Brutal Half-Life and Fallout London was probably the really big mod that came out this year. But I honestly
Mm.
have not. I've played like 20 hours of the original Fallout 4. Like, I really haven't sat down and fully played the base game of Fallout 4. So I was thinking about playing that first before I jumped into a mod of
Oh,
Fallout
do that
4.
first. Yeah, I'm curious about that as well, but I don't know.
But yeah,
I might
did you
jump
have
on.
any mods
Cool.
that you were impressed with
No,
this year?
I've been kind of following mods, but like I've not tried any, so I can't really like speak. But like I've not modded at all this year. Like I've not tried to get my Skyrim thing back up and running it since Todd Howard broke it in 2023. So
Mm.
because there's some stuff that's interesting that I saw, but I can't quite remember what they are. And I just like, and I know because I haven't tried it, like I can't really say anything about them. So
Yeah, it's
no,
like
not this year.
we didn't talk about this, but I was saying to you before we started recording. I looked at a list of DLCs that came out this year, and I was like,
Yeah.
there was the Elden Ring DLC, which I haven't played Elden Ring, and there was the Diablo 4 DLC, which I was like, I don't want to buy a new expansion to Diablo 4.
Yeah,
So I was
yeah.
just like, eh. And then I found out that apparently a DLC for what was it? Atomic
Atomic Heart.
Heart came out, and I was like, I
Yeah.
literally didn't hear about this, and I read an
No,
IGN
I never heard
review
about it.
that said it was fucking awful, and I was like, well, maybe there's a reason I didn't hear about it because
Yeah.
apparently it
Yep.
didn't. It was like a story DLC, but they were saying it was more like a repetitive mobile game. Like, um, but yeah, I didn't play too many mods this year. It could be there wasn't many out, but there was definitely stuff like Fallout London, but I just didn't play it. Um,
I feel like for me personally, like, I just like prioritize just playing my backlog sort of thing.
mm,
I just didn't, and I didn't have Skyrim set up to like that easily fall back into. Oh, I'll just download some mods. So
yeah,
like that's kind of why I didn't do it.
yeah, cool. So yeah, that's literally it, Tony. It was a quick one. Do you want to pick another
Okay,
award?
yeah. How many? Wait, how many? You? I think if you do another one, otherwise,
Okay. Updated
and
in
then I'll feed it for
2024. For this, my nominations are Battleground Duos, the Night Dive update to the original Doom. They added it into the Kex engine and bought all the mod support and all the new features. Really, really cool. And the Half-Life 2 20th year update. And I think my favorite update in 2024 was the Half-Life 2 20-year update. This genuine. You
That
saw
makes
how much
sense.
I've been playing so much Half-Life 2, just loading it up and pissing about with mods. Like,
Yeah,
this game has become my Skyrim, where I'm just literally
yeah,
modding
yeah,
it
yeah.
more than I'm playing it at this point.
It
Um,
is fun to just try some mods out though.
but I really enjoyed that they got NoClip to make the 20th year anniversary documentary for it as well, which is really cool and worth a watch. And also features information about Half-Life fucking 3, which I never thought I would see. Um, but yeah, I'm really hoping that we've got two big updates to Half-Life 1 and 2. This means that Valve is. I'm not saying they're making Half-Life 3, but they did literally admit to be working on Half-Life 2 Episode 3. And it seems like Valve is actually making games. Like, they're making Deadlock. They are making some
Mm.
games. So, fingers crossed, but I will not get my hopes up. Like,
No.
if they release an Alex 2, I would love that. I would play the shit out of an Alex
Yeah,
2.
I would love nights too.
But I know
Very
people are
interesting.
more interested in a non VR Half Life game. But Valve's very
Mm.
much of that thought that they're like, oh, we don't ever want to release a game unless it's like pushing technology forward. Like, they made Alex because they wanted to push VR forward. They made the episodes and Half-Life 2 because they wanted to push engine technology forward, which they did. Because
Yeah, technology first,
mm,
whereas like, I feel a lot of people cared about the story as well.
yeah. But yeah, those are my best updates 2024. Do you want to talk about something?
No, I don't really have any updates I could talk to, so I can
No, I
move
mean,
on
like,
to
do you want to, pick
another one. But
another category?
yeah. Um. Okay. Well, I guess we'll go to this. I don't know what I was going to do. The Steam Deck one. I don't know if you want to do
Yeah,
that now.
sure. I have a list of Steam Deck stuff. I've been thinking
Yeah.
about it. What do you want to talk
So
about our best game on Steam Deck?
yeah. I guess I'll go first.
Mm-hmm.
No, okay. Well, it's Dead Cells. I don't,
Okay.
what year did Dead Cells come out? I don't know. Again, all of mine are just.
20. I want to say
I want to say
18.
yeah, I was for 18 as well. But
I was thinking
man, I just
2017, and then I was like, was it 2018? Let me look. Let's
was it
fact
early
check
access for a
ourselves.
while, wasn't it? I can't actually remember
Initial release date
the history because I
2017. I should have gone with my first sus.
yeah
Early access in
yeah.
2017, released in 2018, I believe.
Oh, okay, right, right,
Uh,
right. I mean, you're technically correct twice then. That's
yeah.
how that's how I'm gonna take it. Yeah, but I've only been playing it since the beginning of 2024, like on my Steam Deck. Like okay, that's
Hmm.
not true. I played it for like half an hour before my computer, like before that, but didn't get anywhere. But this time, like I just like every time I would like I feel this like I need to like I'm out somewhere and I want to play my Steam Deck. I'm like, oh, what do I play? And I was like, oh, I'll just keep on playing Dead Cells. Like
I was
I just found
literally
it
at a
so fun.
party with you, and I walk over and I see Tony on an OLED Steam Deck playing Dead Cells, and I was like, this guy's
Yeah,
balling. He is having a great time.
yeah, it was at the end. It was at the end. It was like people were just like doing drunk pong, and it's like I've done enough pong, and I'm not drunk, so
Yeah,
I'm
well,
just gonna play this.
you were on the Pepsi. You're on the big stuff.
Yeah, you can't get drunk on Pepsi.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, no, yeah, I find when I first played this game, like I found like the starting zombie enemies, like the kind of like the green looking ones that you will see like on the stuff you're seeing on screen now. I actually found them quite difficult,
Yeah.
but then as soon as you like sort of understand them, it's like oh, this is how you deal with them. And
God,
it's just like, every
you're
enemy I came across like that, it just like, oh, I need to learn how to deal with it, learn how to deal with this, learn how to deal with this. And it
you
just
are
felt really satisfying.
I'm telling you, man, you're on the path to playing and enjoying Souls games because you're describing
Yeah,
Souls games to me right now.
yeah, absolutely.
One
I
day
think I
you're
just
gonna
need
be
to find
playing
one where it's like the flow
Sekiro,
makes
and
sense.
you're gonna be
Yeah,
like, you're gonna hit that like satisfying like, oh my god, this guy was giving me trouble, and now I'm
I think,
destroying him.
yeah. I think the fact is like dying in Dead Souls, because I think, because I was talking about in like the Steam Awards,
Yeah,
fun to die or fun to fail
best game
award.
you
Like
suck at
the
is what it was called.
Yeah, that's like what I'm reinterpreting it as, right? Dead
Right.
Cells is one of those games where it's really fun because you just die, you start again, new stuff, new randomly roll stuff, like you just go again, it's like just try it again. And there's different paths you can take depending on like what trying to bosses and like what levels you're trying to find stuff in, depending on what like how far you are in the story, what DLCs you have. So like you have choices, and it's just easy to like if you die, you're not like oh I need to kill this boss over again. It's like you just no, I just start again. We'll try it again. Try a different strategy. I've got new tools. I've got new weapons, and it's just yeah, it's just very fun, and
Yeah. So
it's easy to play.
my experience with Dead Cells is I had the game. I think I loaded it up once and then played it for a bit and then dropped it. Not because it was bad, but because I used to just always pick up games and immediately drop them.
Yeah,
Like I would install like
that's my
50
first
different
experience with
games
it.
and then I would just,
Yeah.
bounce between stuff. And then I played Windblown this year, which is made by the devs of Dead Cells. And I was like, this demo for this game is fucking awesome. And I was like, I need to play fucking Dead Cells because this is really
Yeah,
good. Like this is like I
yeah,
love actiony Metroidvania-y roguelike stuff. This is my jam. So
yeah.
like
And
seeing you play this
the art
makes me
style is
go,
gorgeous
oh,
as
I really
well.
want to check this out as well.
It looks great on OLED. That's what I'm gonna say.
My favorite game I played on Steam Deck for pre 2024 was Celeste. And according to
Mm.
Steam, I have only played this for 2 minutes. Because, but I want to point out I have 0 hours on record here, apparently, but I also have the achievement for beating the game. Now, I want to point out one thing that really fucking annoys me is I played the entirety of Celeste in Steam offline mode on an aeroplane on my Steam Deck. 4 hours
Yeah,
there, 4 hours back. I played 8 hours of this game and I absolutely loved it. It is the perfect travel companion game. You put this shit in like, I can't remember, I think it was like 4 watts or something, and I just had infinite battery life. And the game runs smooth 60 FPS. I'm sure you could get it at 90 as well on the OLED. Like, this game is really good. I really like. I played the entirety of Celeste on a Steam Deck, and I did not regret it at all. It was really good.
yeah. Perfect
One of
game
my
for it. Yeah.
favorite games I played last year. Really, really cool. Um, so yeah, like Celeste literally passed the aeroplane test for me. Great travel
Yeah,
companion.
yeah.
Um, the other games, because I went and looked at my Steam replay statistics for Steam Deck. So my SpongeBob SquarePants was 25% of my playtime on deck. The Rehydrated game, which
Forgot about that.
it's
Yeah, I
like
forgot
a
about that
three
game.
platformer game. I was playing it a lot on my Steam Deck, and I was like, oh, this is pretty fun. And then I put it on my PC, and I was like, man, if you play a lot of this not on a Steam Deck, you kind of see more of the flaws. And I'm really
Oh,
close to
okay.
finishing SpongeBob SquarePants, by the way. Like every time I go out, I just play a little bit more of SpongeBob
A little bit more.
Rehydrated, and I'm just like, man, I'm actually getting pretty close to finishing it.
Yeah.
And then 13% was Dave the Diver, but I feel like I lit it up. I definitely played it when I went around a friend's house for a little bit. Um, yeah, so Dave the Diver is good on Steam Deck. That's a good Steam Deck game.
It's definitely interesting though, isn't it? Like certain games is like, yeah, it's like you're more willing to excuse things that you wouldn't if it was on the desktop experience. Like it's
my
interesting.
my best game on Steam Deck by far this year, which came out in 2024, a game I
Yeah,
think I probably played like at least 20 to 30 hours on my Steam Deck, is Balatro. Balatro is
that makes sense.
the perfect Steam Deck game. I got Balatro when I had to go away on a stag do, and anytime I had free time, I was just playing Balatro. I played Balatro on the plane. Like it passes the travel test, runs like butter, doesn't consume any battery. I played it at the airport while I
Yeah,
was waiting to go on the plane. Like, I absolutely adore Balatro, and it is the perfect Steam Deck game, and it came out this year. So, best game on Steam Deck for me is Balatro, and pre 2024 is Celeste.
that makes sense. Yeah, I can't argue with any of these. To be honest, I
Mm.
just I'm not arguing myself. So yeah.
But yeah, um, I think you've selected a lot of stuff that I would. Should we talk about the best game we played in 2024?
Yeah.
So I think I've mentioned most of. I think I've mentioned every game in this in a Tangerine video. So if you want to hear more about it or see more like gameplay of me playing it and talking about it, go onto the podcast YouTube and search up the game. There'll be a Tangerine on it. But so my honorable mentions are Little Gator Game. I'll just pull up the thing. Little Gator Game. I've made a list on my backlogged because I'm a visual person, so I like to see. I like to
Hmm.
make like picture list and be like, I played this and this, and I really
Yeah.
enjoyed this. And I tried to give them rough rankings based on how I think they are going to go. But my honorable mentions are Lil Gator Game, Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun, Slayer's X Terminal Aftermath, Vengeance of the Slayer, Dave the Diver, Mario Tennis Aces, Pac-Man World Repack, and Gears of War Ultimate Edition. All are honorable mentions. They were pretty good games I played this year. The best games I played this year were Blasphemous, Hi-Fi Rush, Celeste, Citizen Sleeper, Cocoon, Venba, Pac-Man Museum Plus, Final Fantasy VII Remake and Episode Intermission, Cat Quest 2, Katamari Damacy, New Super Lucky's Tale, Persona 3 Dancing in the Moonlight, Dicey Dungeons, and The Gunk. Those are all of my
Just be just be
favorite
clear, it's
games.
Blasphemous One, right? As a second
Yet
of one of
the
those.
the first Blasphemous game, and it was
The
also,
first
I
Blasphemous.
think it was close between Blasphemous, Celeste, and Hi-Fi Rush, but I think Blasphemous was my favorite game I played last year. It's just this.
Mm.
It's like a fucking Spanish Catholicism, like
Oh
Metroidvania
yeah.
game, like awesome pixel art, awesome gameplay. Like if you are like a combat platforming freak like me, like Blasphemous is such a smooth, fun game. Like highly, highly recommend. And also, again, Hi-Fi Rush and Celeste, two other like go figure that some of my favorite games of the year are just smooth movement games. Uh, Citizen Sleeper potentially could have been my favorite game of the year, but I honestly own like I literally. You remember we did a bunch. I got you to make a list of games that are on Game Pass to
Oh,
do spotlights on,
yep, yep.
and one of the game I literally wouldn't have thought to pick Citizen Sleeper, but you picked it for me, and I played it for 30 minutes, and I've not stopped thinking about Citizen Sleeper since we did that spotlight on it. I really liked what I played, and it's on here
Well,
because I played a good chunk of it, but I really want to play more of it.
you picked up proper because you've got the Jingle Jam thing, right?
I have it on Steam now, yeah. It's still on Game Pass, and
Yeah.
also I'm kind of wanting to play Citizen Sleeper because Citizen Sleeper 2 is going to be a day one Game Pass
Yes.
release. So I'll be able to play that. I think it's coming out in January or February. Citizen Sleeper 2.
Oh.
So if I want
Okay.
to
Getting
get through the
very
first game
close.
first, then I
Yeah.
should play it soon. Vemba was another Game Pass game. One thing I said last year was I wanted this to be the year of Japan games, and it was, but this was also the year of Game Pass for me. I played like
Mm.
50, 60 games on Game Pass, and a lot of them were games that I never would have played Persona 3 or any Atlas game if I hadn't randomly had Game Pass and they put it on there. And I played 4 Atlas games this year as a result of that. Like, there is
Yeah,
just.
that is crazy.
Hi-Fi Rush was a game, like, literally, when I got Game Pass, I didn't look at the list of games on Game Pass. I typed in Hi-Fi Rush and I immediately played it and I was like, God damn it, I should have played this last year. It's like if I could give an award to game I should have given Game of the Year last year, it would be Hi-Fi Rush because
Oh.
this game is fucking sick.
Okay.
It's
It's that
really,
good.
really good. Yes. Um,
That
but
is.
yeah,
Hmm.
those are all of
That
my
makes sense.
favorite games of 2024. My favorite games, they didn't come out in 2024, but it wasn't until this year that
No.
I played them, creating the most unfair video game battle royale. I tried to put them in a rough order, but most of these could be moved around. Is there any? What
Yeah.
was your favorite game
Yeah.
you've
It.
played
Depends.
this year?
I would just mention two games, and then like I think it'd be obvious when I tell you what the two games are. But I played
Mm.
and completed Mechanicus this year. Um,
Mechanicus. What's the
the
Warhammer?
Warhammer 40K Mechanicus XCOM game.
Yeah.
If you know how those like the newer XCOM games, a little bit janky compared to the XCOM games. I think it actually shows like how good the XCOM games are, but I still thoroughly enjoyed it. And and as someone like a big fan of Warhammer, like it's really nice to be. Oh, the actual the opening trailer, like it plays every time you launch the game. It is so good. It's like one of my favorite. I still like go and listen to it or watch it and listen to
Mm.
it every now and again. Like it's that good. But yeah, it's just very atmospheric. I love Mechanicus. I love Necrons. It's like a match made in heaven. Um, I wish there were more stuff, but I could critique it for a long time. It's just I think I critique things I love more than things I don't care about.
Mm.
But it is not my favorite game I have played in 2024, though. Although
Oh, what's your
if
favorite
I did
game?
not play the other one, it would have
Stellaris.
won. No, I
Oh,
played Baldur's Gate 3 in
oh,
2024.
really? I forgot you'd
I
played that.
I have been. I think I said this was like I was excited in 2023. I was excited for this, but I haven't bought it yet.
Will I get banned on
Like because
Twitch
like
if I
the
show
cat.
There's no way I get banned on Twitch if I show the
No, no, I
trailer for
don't.
Baldur's Gate 3.
No, no, just people know it. People know it. But like I was saying, it's like I've wanted an RPG where I care about the characters, like name characters that people know, and it's like, and this is it. And I haven't. I'm not even that far through, and I've not even met all the main characters yet. I didn't even realize some of the characters that you meet are main characters. Like I saw like fan art of like before playing it, and it's like, oh, I really like this character, and it's
That's
like, and
that
it's like,
is oh, that is funny because I think my favorite game I played that came out in 2024 is exactly what you're describing. It is
okay,
characters in an RPG that I really
character,
care about.
yeah.
That
And,
is
and it's amazing. It's like, I feel like, oh, this is what I've been wanting for, and it's like the decisions I can make are like really interesting. The writing is really interesting, and it's like, and the characters I really like, I can get behind, and they're complex, and they're not like good versus evil. They're not like really lame. Like they have like, and they're just so different and unique, and I really appreciate that. And you get to feel the racism as I played a drow, and they just
mm.
assume things because you're a drow, and you're like, no, that's not what I'm like. Both good and bad, actually. I don't want to have
It's
any
just like
spoilers in case you haven't
Fable
played
when you
it,
get
but
called a chicken chaser, you know?
yeah. I
You
think
feel the
I
way.
think for RPGs it's very important to be able to feel like the disrespect of like certain things. I think that's like the power of RPGs can have. And
Mm.
yes, I've not completed it. I'm still in Act 1 out of 3. But I've
My
really enjoyed
I
my
have
experience so
so many
far.
friends who have played this game and they say Baldur's Gate 3, Never finished it. Best game I've ever played. That is the average
Yeah,
experience of Baldur's Gate 3. It's
yeah.
just like, never finished it,
But
but I love the game.
it's so long. Like I've put hours and hours in this. Like I'm barely touched Act One, basically. I need to
To-
just keep playing it. That's my one of my resolutions, just to
Tony,
keep playing this game.
I played, what, like 3 JRPGs this year? I know about really fucking long games. Like,
Yeah.
I've been playing some really fucking long games this year.
But I think this is one of like the longest like CRPGs, like RPGs in general. That it's just like they put like so much time and effort into making this, and it's just crazy. And the modding tools are
Mm,
slowly rolling out for this as well, so it's still somewhat relevant. So like I'm excited for that.
yeah.
I did see some mods for this game, but like, I have not really tried it, like modding or like playing the game with mods, so I couldn't talk about it. So, but yeah, absolutely fantastic experience. And the intro hooks you, and that's all you need, and it's like good enough to like test your character sort of thing. That's what I was doing initially to try and find like the class I liked, and it's just
One thing
yeah, it's just spot on.
One thing that's crazy about Baldur's Gate 3 is not only was it a game that came out last year, but it's still literally one of the most played games on Steam
Yeah,
right now. Like it has 111 people playing it right this very
100,000. Yeah,
111,000 people playing it right now. Like
yeah,
it's consistently
yeah,
been the most played game on Steam like throughout a lot of this year, and I just find that crazy how much people love
yeah.
this game, which is really really cool to
Because
see.
apparently I don't know how this, but apparently it's like if you like because of the way it locks off like in the final act, like you kind of get locked into like you then like encouraged to like play it again in a different way. If like if, which I assume that's what people are doing. It's like oh what if I did this? What if I did that? Which is a sign of a good RPG and a good D&D RPG.
You're already thinking about ways to replay it because you just want to play more of it,
Yeah,
sort of thing.
yeah. As you're playing, like, oh, what if I did this? And it's like, oh, I'll bench that for later. And then you come back and go, oh yeah, I want to do this time. Yeah, it's so. Oh, I feel like everyone's already spoken about this, but it's like I played it in 2024, like in summer, and it's just yeah, I
No,
really enjoyed
I
my
think we
time.
should talk
So
about games more that we didn't
yeah,
necessarily come out that year, but deserve to still be
yeah,
talked about. Because even if we only just played them now, if they're worth playing now, then we should, you know,
yeah,
tell
absolutely.
others to
Yeah,
play.
I think that definitely has a use to it for people. Yeah, 100%.
Right? Did I pick a category or did you? I don't remember.
You two picked it, but if you pick another one, because otherwise, I'll run out.
I'm going to go into my favorite multiplayer games of 2024. I don't think I really played many multiplayer games that didn't actually come out of this year. Um,
Okay,
so I think most
I
of
guess that
them.
makes sense.
Oh, I think they. So I'll open my. Oh, actually, speak of the devil, I actually did play a lot of Descenders this year, and specifically, maybe I should talk about it in the mods. The modding scene for Descenders is actually really big, and there's a lot of really, as you can see here, Tony. I am currently cycling
Oh my
through
god.
Minecraft.
I'm just saying some vertigo. Hang on.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
it'll get worse because I'm one of those weirdos who likes to cycle in first person in
Oh
in
no.
Descenders because I I'm a cyclist in real life, so I actually find it easier to
Yeah.
what's the word? Imagine myself cycling if I'm in first person.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Um,
It's like people who drive cars. They just rather like drive it in the perspective they're used to, right?
yeah, but I feel like even people who like driving cars, they mostly play in third person. I think I might just still be
I
weird.
but I think people like cars but aren't really into gaming, but like will like, have a racing sim will never put it into like third person or anything. They'll just keep it locked to the cockpit.
But I had a couple of friends who have been getting into cycling more, and I just started playing Descenders with them. And yeah, it's been really fun. So the way it works is, I think it's just mod.io, and then you basically. The way it works for playing multiplayer stuff is, you start a lobby to join a game with somebody else, but you downloaded a modded map, and then anyone else who is also playing that modded map will then join your map. So you basically.
There's no
Yeah,
collision, right?
no, there's no collision. So you can
It's just like a
basically
time trial
you
sort
just
of
go
thing.
like, oh, I'm gonna go on Big Minecraft Mine, and then your friend down has Big Minecraft Mine, and they can join you. Or anyone who wants to play that map right now, they'll all be put onto like a server together, and you can all
Okay.
race around. Also, Tony, of course, there's Rainbow Road.
I thought they were really cool actually. And we did test
Yeah,
if you could fall off it, so
you can fall off Rainbow Road. Yeah, I did
which is the
test that.
test you need to make. Yeah.
Some of these honorable mentions are going to be longer because as we get into multiplayer games and games 2024, there's some stuff we didn't have time to talk about in Tangerine, so I do have footage
Yeah.
that I haven't shown off that I need a little bit more time to talk about it. The actual base game of Descenders, because potentially I've talked about Descenders before in the podcast, but the actual base game is it's almost like a roguelike mode where it's like you have a set amount of lives
Yeah.
and
And you have like a path that you're going
yeah,
through.
and as
making
you
decisions
if you
on what
die,
map
you
do.
lose lives, and then it gets harder. But then, if you complete challenges on those maps, you can get extra lives, and then also you can get like support items as you go through like a procedural generated map. That stuff's cool. It's not my favorite. My favorite stuff is there's a game mode where you literally just explore maps, and that's what we're doing here. I just like picking up. There's a map. There is just like a giant road. And I'm just like, because this is a mountain biking game, and I'm like, no. Get all of the city maps out, get the roads out. I just want to ride on the roads.
Yeah.
Also, I think I've got, here's some roads here. This one was really strange because it like procedurally generates a map as you play it. So you like press a button and it like puts a bunch of like Lego piece maps together.
Oh,
and
right.
you can like reset it and change up the map at any point to change it. But the really interesting thing about the really annoying thing was if you play in multiplayer, everybody else sees a different map because they've generated their own map. So I'd see like my friend just like riding through a wall on my screen. I'm just like, what the hell is going on? But it's a cool concept, nevertheless.
Yeah. That's cool. I guess it'd make sense to have like a global generation that then fixes for everyone. But yeah.
Oh, here's some first-person cycling for all of you motion sick people.
I
love
too bad
this
motion
stuff.
sickness with this one.
Like, I love watching like first-person cycling videos on YouTube. I find that shit really entertaining and relaxing. Like, I could sit and watch this for hours. I would just get so distracted. I don't know. I'm a movement sicko. This is stuff I like, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're like me and you're like, why isn't there any good cycling games? There is. Play Descenders. It's really good.
Yeah.
And it has a really cool modding scene. I think I had Hot Wheels. Did I have Hot Wheels on here? Maybe it's in... I have multiple videos. Oh, here's the big long road I was talking about. But this map's really cool. Lots of curves, lots of jumps. I kind of... So, part of me is like, it's sort of a more realistic, like, physics where if you take a landing but you have so much gravity it would crush you, you die. I kind of wish there was a mode where there was just unrealistic gravity where you can just, as long as your wheels touch the ground instead of your head, you just have like infinite health basically, you know?
So like how the skate games kind of work.
Or like
Tony Hawk,
Trials.
sorry.
Like
Yeah,
Trials
yeah.
where it's less about like the actual force of the fall but more about how you land it sort of thing.
Yeah.
I think would be
There's just like, can you move the momentum from falling to moving again? Yeah.
Do I have the big jump? Oh, I had a Vuvuzela as my horn and I just kept honking it. This is the big jump. Big jump is sick.
I do love you just a bear. I did appreciate the
Yeah, I played this on like a free
Yeah,
weekend and
apparel.
I had this bear thing and this. I have no fucking idea how I got it, but I had it and I was like, cool.
Did you unlock by doing challenges and things, don't you?
Yeah, but I don't remember doing any challenges.
Oh, right, I see.
So I was like, okay. Whee!
Oh, that's the edge of the map. Okay. I do really like ragdoll stuff. I don't know why. Like, I see people say like, "Oh, it's so old and dated." It's like, I
Oh,
love
here we go,
ragdoll
Tony.
stuff. It
There's
looks so
tons of
hilarious.
just like the Rocket
Oh
League
my God,
workshop.
this
There's
stuff.
tons of these
Yeah.
like total wipeout challenge maps that you can play that are
That
really
look-
hard.
Yeah, this looked really.
I would
frustrating
just-
to me.
I don't know. I actually kind of find these sort of things relaxing sometimes. Even if I fail a bunch of
Really?
times, you can set on the multiplayer mode or like the workshop mode. You can set like a respawn point, so I can just like keep respawning and trying the challenge
Just
over
trying
again,
the
just like
same one.
slowly
Okay.
chip it away. Like the Rocket League ones you would play, where you would like rocket boost through a bunch of hoops and stuff. You would have checkpoints, and I would just like over an hour, I just slowly go through one of these challenge maps or something. But Descenders, a game that didn't come out in 2024, but is still a really fun multiplayer game to play in 2024 because of the awesome community that's keeping it alive with workshop maps, or I should say, I think it's Mod.io. You just download them through the game. It's really simple.
Yeah, that's so good, useful. Yeah, okay.
I thought I had some footage of the Hot Wheels stuff, but maybe I don't. Okay.
We'll never know.
Like sometimes, bro. I never know. So let's talk about some honorable mentions. Supermarket Together. This game was.
Oh yeah.
It's good. It's good because it's like free to play and it's multiplayer. Like it gets point for that. I think the base game is very simple and it's kind of carried by the fact that it is a free to play multiplayer game, and it's just the interactions you have with your friends that are kind of carrying it. There's been this rise of like simulator games, like Supermarket Simulator, trading card shop simulator has been really popular this year, and it's this rise of really simple stuff simulated, and people seem to find it really relaxing. My friend linked this, and I was like, oh, I don't know if I'll play this. And I saw it was literally free to play, and I was like, okay, I guess I will play it then.
Barrier to entry equals 0.
But it's interesting, like, we all served our different, like, purposes. So I had a couple of friends who just wanted to do stocks. They would just, like, buy in stuff, carry it in, stock the shelves. Then we had a couple of friends who really liked the checkout stuff, so they would do the checkouts. And I was, of course, you know me, I'm a bit of a muscle guy. I'd be running security. So anytime I saw someone looking shady, I get the broom out and I will hit them. So as security, like when you have people in your store, they will come in and try and steal stuff. And if you see them stealing stuff, you have to like whack them with a broom, and then that will get rid of them. And the so they have like this skin area that you can only go in if you buy like an optional DLC, which I guess supports the game, which is cool to see. But let's see if I can find some gameplay. I was running. So they did do a security camera update, which is really cool. Because before it was quite. If you were a security main like myself, you didn't have much to do other than just hitting people with a broom if they tried to steal something. And I was like, please, somebody steal something today so I can hit you with a broom. They added this security camera update where there's a building mode, so everything in this store. You've gone into like a sim style builder and we've put down specifically. So I was putting down like cameras, and I have like a monitor station, and they've added this mini game for security where you can like tap on people to see if they're going to steal something, and you can know before they get to the checkout sort of thing, which I think really improved the game, which is cool to see.
For your job specifically, they improved the game.
Yes, the security update was huge for security mains like myself.
But
this game's free and it's pretty. So if you have some friends and you're like, oh, I'm gonna play a kind of jank like free simulator game, I would recommend Supermarket Together. Not the best multiplayer game that came out this year, but definitely a lot of fun. Then another honorable mention, we have Fast Penguins. Fast Penguins is essentially Fall Guys, sort of, but with a heavy emphasis on momentum. The way it works is you're kind of like skating down, but then you have like a dash, which is also like an attack. And if you hit somebody, that then like increases your momentum. So you can like hit somebody, and then you can like chain momentum. And like, I remember I was streaming this on Discord, and my friend Calvin came in. He's like, what the hell is this game? Why does the movement kind of look really good though? And I was like, yeah, it kind of is. Like, unironically,
it's
like
a funny concept, but the movement looks good.
Yeah, like there wasn't much to this game. There was a couple of maps, and I felt like, you know, it's a free to play live service game, so it's just like you can buy skins and stuff. But it very much reminded me of like, I'm gonna call it like Smooth Moves Fall Guys, where it's very much just like good momentum, Fall Guys with kind of sparse content. Like, if you just install this
Right,
with a couple
yeah.
of friends and play it for a couple of hours, I could definitely see you enjoying Fast Penguin. I should mention it's called like Fast Penguin. I think it's spelled with like 3 or 4 A's or something if you're looking for this
Oh,
game
okay,
specifically.
right.
But then there's this interesting system where you can, if you get enough tuna cans, then you can go all stars. I'm going to call it, like Sonic All Star Racing
Yeah, yeah.
Transformed,
I call it
where
that. Because it's not like game like Bullet Bill, like you're actively like collecting it and then using it.
but then you have like waves and you get eliminated as you go along. It's pretty fun. Speaking of Sonic All Star Racing Transformed, a game I played that also was a multiplayer game that came out this year was Death Sprint 66. This was part of the Jingle Jam charity bundle.
Oh,
And I actually tried this out. And the best way I can describe this game is it's a kart racing game, but with people.
Yeah, okay.
So this is a game
With
literally
running as
made
well.
by Sumo Digital. And if you don't know Sumo Digital, they are the creators of the Sonic All-Star Racing Transformed and the Sonic Racing game, team racing games. And there's rail grinding, there's speed boosts. I initially was like, oh, it's more like a person game, so I tried to play it with a mouse and keyboard. I'd recommend against that. Definitely grab a controller. It recommends a controller, and I thought I knew better.
Yeah.
And then I very quickly was like, no, I'm going to grab the controller.
It's more analog movement, not
Yeah.
analog or fine control camera that you need.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But yeah, it's very much like, so when you're going around these corners, there's like a drifting mechanic. So you're like drifting your human, and it is, yeah, it's very much like a kart racing human game. That's the best way I can describe it. My big issue with Death Sprint 66 is it's kind of sparse on content. So like there is like these, there's not like a story mode or anything like that. The single player content you get is you get these challenges basically. And they are these quite tough challenges. It's like you need to go through a ring every couple of seconds or you explode and you have to start again. And it's stuff like that, right? But it's just essentially the multiplayer maps, but they've added like small challenges to them. So this game is very much multiplayer first focused. The problem with the multiplayer first focus is there's really not that many people playing this game. I think almost every game I played was almost completely populated by bots. Because it said it was searching for players, and then it would say like one person was playing with me, but then it would add like a bunch of bots on top of that. So I was playing with like, because I started playing this after it was in the Jingle Jam bundle, because I was like, well, maybe people will be playing it because of that. But that was not the case. Oh, so I have a surge meter down there. So as you like drift and stuff, you can charge up like a boost. That you can.
Oh, that's how you. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's how you go fast.
Gotta go fast.
So the higher it is, the longer it goes, and the faster you go.
But it's like, I don't know if it was just like, maybe I need to get good, but whenever I was playing the multiplayer with bots, I would like spawn and the bots would go, human player, and they would all target me with all of the power-ups and immediately kill. And I felt like the bots were designed in a way where they were like, they would all just try and fuck over the human if there was just only bots. And maybe that's skill issue, I'll admit. I've played like an hour of this game. I've not played too much of it, but I wish there was more people playing this. I think it's one of those games where it's kind of lacking. I'm going to straight out say it, I think it's lacking an art style. It kind of seems just like a generic game art style to me. It's lacking content. I wish there was more single player stuff if people aren't, massively playing the multiplayer. And then like, it's a cool concept, but maybe not executed the best way. Like, I think there is an interesting idea here. Like, there's not much that is like this, but like...
No. I feel like you could do a cool story, like, to like get people in, like more likely to play it, maybe. Like, I just feel like you could have some like character rivalries.
I think it wasn't the best optimized either, this game. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about this. It's an interesting take on the racing game genre, but I think ultimately kind of alienates not only racing game players by like I had no idea this was essentially a kart racing game. I knew Sumo Digital and I knew they made this game, but I saw the trailer for this and I had no idea this was essentially like a human kart racing game. And I think it's like really hard to advertise something like this.
Yeah.
Um,
I think just seeing the movement, like it maybe not enough, but like a good step to like show. Because because the motion and like the movement like looks really good just watching people play it, right? So
I'll see if we can find you some like,
yeah,
multiplayer stuff. Yeah, you had like power-ups that were not another thing. There's a tutorial and I played the entire tutorial and then it's like multiplayer mode, you can now shoot power-ups and I'm like, I have no fucking clue what any of these power-ups do. They were not in the tutorial. I don't know what's going on. They tell you this blue shield one, but all the pickups are not explained.
right.
And I'm just like, I don't know what's going on.
So you enjoyed the sense of movement and the
Yeah.
actual. I guess maybe the no, not loads of the tracks, but then everything else is kind of laying it down a little bit.
Yeah,
no,
it's
that
just
movement looks really fun.
It's an
though.
interesting idea, just kind of constrained
Yeah.
by it. Maybe it's just like a lack of funding. Like if they had more money, they could have made more
possibly.
game. But it's a shame because I loved Sumo Digital's work on Sonic All-Star Racing Transformed. It's one of my favorite racing games of all time. So excited to see what they work on next, I guess, with this one. I think maybe this ain't it, Chief, you know?
Yeah.
Then we have another honorable mention. Let's talk about Feather Party. I think I've talked about Feather Party briefly before, so let's pull up some gameplay. Feather Party is essentially like a Mario Party board game, mini games, but as like a early access little game with birds. It's pretty fun. Since I've played this, they've added a board game mode. So if you're one of those people who like specifically likes the board game aspect of Mario Party, there is a board game mode now, which I can't say I personally am one of them. I'm more of just a mini game guy, but if that's what you're into, that is in there now. But it was a game that was really cheap, and if you can get a couple of friends together and you like party games, I would definitely recommend Feather Party. It is really fun. Chained Together as well was another game I played this year. Again, it's another one of those like game that clearly looks like an asset flip, but was very fun because of the multiplayer aspect to it. Like I think they genuinely had a good idea and they executed well on the limited scope of the actual, graphical budget. Like you got Unreal Engine game, they added some assets, and it's just fun to play. And it makes you hate your friends. You love to see it.
Don't get chained with your friends.
Yeah.
That is hell.
Another honorable mention that I have not talked about yet, which was a surprise that came in right at the end for me, was Guess Me If You Can. Guess Me If You Can was a Jingle Jam game jam game that was released as a semi-full game on itch.io as a free game, and I played the hell out of it. It's essentially a art gallery full of real eBay listings, and you have to go in with a calc. By the way, calc is short for calculator. You have to go in with a calc, and you have to write down how much you think they have listed that bidding for, and it is so fucking fun. I cannot describe, like this is the sort of shit you would just go on eBay and you would look at shit with your friends over Discord and you'd be like, I can't believe, 20 toilet rolls is on here for like $5. But you can do that online in a multiplayer game on a art gallery, and it just makes it really fun.
But was it like there's like just the toilet roll, like the actual roll without like the actual paper on it anymore? Like
yes,
for arts and crafts.
And it said toilet rolls clean. And I was like, how do we know they're clean? Like, how do we know?
What are the genuinely haunted dolls? I just
Yeah, I took issue with the genuinely haunted dolls because I was like, how do we know they're genuinely haunted? So what you get here
it's
is
not.
you get like a brief description of what the item is, and then you get all of the images that they put up on the eBay listing, and then you have to go, how much do I think this costs in dollars? So it is a
Well, how much do you
American
think
game.
they've listed it for? Not how much you like
Yeah, so
people
it's
think
not
it's
how
worth.
much
Like
people
how
have paid for it.
delusional. Yeah.
What I've learnt from playing this game is that nobody gives a shit about postcards or old photos,
No.
but people
No.
love Japanese Pokemon stuff. That is what I have learned. Japanese Pokemon stuff is at least listed at fucking insane prices on eBay. People are listing them very high. So whether they're being bought, I cannot comment. But if you see Japanese Pokemon stuff on eBay in this game, go high. Also, I don't know if this is supposed to be. Maybe I should message the dev on Discord because I did join the Discord server and I have briefly spoken to the dev of this game. Maybe I should ask him: is this supposed to be a family-friendly game or not? Because one thing that was listed quite often on eBay is old Playboy magazines, and the images from these are very unfamily friendly. So if this is
Yeah.
intended to be a game for everybody, those should probably be removed. But yeah, yeah, this game is free to play on itch.io. It's called Guess Me If You Can. They literally just did an update for this yesterday, as of recording on the 12th of January. So they're still working on it. I would love to see them turn it into a full game. Maybe even like a Steam release potentially would be interesting. Because I would love to just boot this up and play it every now and again with friends if it could get more updates. Like
Well, I think
people, because this was the Christmas update, so it was all like Christmas ornaments and stuff like that. But people would like, I would love a mode where I could look at old automobiles on Facebook Marketplace or stuff, stuff like that, or old automobiles on eBay. Like there is so many like random categories you could add to this, and apparently the new update adds even more categories of stuff that you can look at. So that's something I'm going to check out this year.
I like it was on Steam as well. You'd be just like, oh, what's this game this other person's playing? Oh, I'll just jump in.
Yeah. Oh, I literally sent this to one of my friends, and she said, "What is this itch.io website? This looks like a virus." And I said, I had to talk her through it and be like, "No, itch.io
Yeah.
is not a virus. It is a real website.
No.
Big Funko Pops does not want you to use it, but I can talk you through it. You can download this game. It's like 50 megabytes. It is tiny."
That Funko Pop thing, man, this annoys me.
But yeah, I think that's the end of the honorable mentions.
Okay.
I think I did pick my game of the year. Do I want to go over the runners-up first of multiplayer game of the year first?
Yeah. I think you go in reverse order, right?
Sure. So one of my runners-up for game of the year is of a multiplayer game that came out in 2024 is Helldivers 2. And I think some people's list this might be their favorite multiplayer game of the year. I played about 20 hours of this, and the 20 hours I had, I enjoyed. But for me personally, there was multiplayer games I enjoyed more. I think this is a really awesome game. I love Stratagem Hero. I might love Stratagem Hero more
Yeah.
than I love Helldivers 2.
Best mini game.
Yeah,
Helldivers 2.
But yeah, I think I got to a point where I played 20 hours. I was doing like, the democracy roleplay stuff. And then my friends got to a point where they were very much like, we're playing the game very seriously. We know what we're doing. We're going to run this mission 50 times. And I'm like, I just want to run. There was a point when I was playing this game where I was just walking across the map with an explosive barrel, trying to blow up an alien with it. And I just spent like 20 minutes walking across the map with this explosive barrel, not because it was helping the mission, but because I thought it would be very funny. Like that's the sort of stuff I like to do in multiplayer games like this,
I think, yeah. For me, is that I would want to I just want to role play as a pro democracy, a military man.
Yeah, this came out at the start of the year. I think it was February. I think some people may have gone off their radar as the year went off, but I still think it is. There was that weird stuff with PlayStation forcing it to add like the PlayStation account stuff and forcing it to be removed from countries, which is kind of upsetting. And I know people
That's
said that
yeah,
there was an upset about the balance because this is, at the end of the day, like this is a really good live service game, but it is a live service game, and I'm not
yeah.
like
It was all
I
changed.
generally am not somebody who likes just playing live service games for a long time. I know I have friends who will put like who have put hundreds of hours into this, but I'm very much like I would rather move on to something else or be like,
Yeah, yeah,
let's play a single player game that means something more to me, sort of thing, you know? Um,
yeah.
then we have, next up, we have a game I haven't talked about, so let's talk about it now. Liar! We have Liar's Bar, which is a
Oh,
very
yeah.
interesting game. It is essentially a lying deception card game with furry avatars is the best way I could describe it.
Okay.
Well, I saw this game and I was like, is this a furry game? But it's just, I think it is just the style of the game, I guess. So this
It's a furry
is,
style, but it's not a furry game.
yeah. If you're not a furry, you can play Liar's Bar, you know?
Yeah,
Even if they make
certified.
even if they make some of the anthropomorphic creatures attractive, it's got nothing to do with the furryism of the game, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But essentially, what's going on here is you get a specific card to put down, which is like a queen or an ace or a king, and you have to put down however many cards you want, and you go, I'm placing down 2 queens, and because the thing is queens, right? And the person who's next at the table can go, I think you're lying, or okay, I'm going to play some cards now. If you call somebody out as a liar and you're right, then they have to take a Russian roulette shot to the head. I played a couple of Russian roulette games this year, Tony, because I also played Buckshot Roulette. This is the
Oh, yeah.
second Russian roulette multiplayer game because
Yeah,
Buckshot Roulette
that's
also got a
interesting.
multiplayer update as well, but I did not play it because I couldn't convince any friends to buy Buckshot Roulette. But then you say you're a liar, and then if you're right, they get shot. If you're right, no, sorry. If you call them a liar and you're right, then they have to shoot themselves. If you're wrong, you have to shoot yourself, and you only have 6 bullets in the chamber, sort of thing. So it's all built around this like high stakes poker game sort of thing. But then you also have Joker cards, which then can be used as any card. So you could say like, I have 2 queens, and you play a queen and a Joker. That would count as on a queen's table.
Oh, okay.
So they've added variations on this. There's like chaos mode. So if you play chaos card and somebody calls you on that, then everybody else has to shoot themselves. For example, there is like other game modes on this as well, and there's also another game mode called Liar's Dice. Let me see if I've got Liar's Dice gameplay, which I quite like Liar's Dice. Where essentially you have like I think it's like 6 dice under your cup, and then you have to look underneath your dice, and based on what you think everybody else has, you have to bid on what you think you could turn over underneath everybody's cup and get away with. So, for example, yeah. So, for example, I look underneath my cup and I go, I've got like 3 4s. I think somebody else has probably got another 4. I could do like 4 4s or 5 4s, and you always have to bet higher than the previous person. So if somebody's like, I've got 8 3s, you would have to go, well, I've got 9 2s. Or
Oh, okay, right.
you can go the same number if you go higher on the face. So you can go, I've got 8 6s, for example.
Yeah,
I think the thing that makes Liar's Bar really interesting is the interactions with your friends, but also the interactions with people in public lobbies. My favorite moment ever in Liar's Bar is I said, I think I can turn over. I was like, what's the maximum amount you could bet? I was like, yeah, I can make 26s. And the guy next to me, we were playing a special game mode, and you can call spot on. And if you say spot on, you go, yeah, I think you can make that exactly. I will take that bet for myself. And if I'm not exactly right, then I die. And he said, spot on. I think there's 26s. And you're a mathematician, Tony. You know how
yeah.
statistically impossible it would be to get 26s.
Well, yeah, it's 1 divided by 6 to the power of 20. So yeah, it's incredibly yeah, yeah.
But yeah, Liar's Bar.
Don't bet on that.
I read a review on this, and it was like this game was. I played it for like 4 hours with my friends, and it was the most fun I ever had, and I never wanted to boot it up again. And that is like my perfect experience of this game. You
Mm.
load it up once, and it's like really fucking fun, but it's nothing there that's like, man, I have to play more of Liar's Bar. It is. I have a friend who loves playing Liar's Bar, but he likes just interacting with people in public lobbies, I think, more than he likes the
Yeah,
game specifically. Um, so yeah.
bit
Also,
of an extrovert.
there's 5 dice under the cups for this game, and then you have 2 poison cups. The one of the small things I love about this game is if when you talk in game, the character's mouth moves at the same time, and when you drink the
Yeah, that's
potion,
pretty
your
cool.
eyes turn green and stuff like that. You have to
Is
drink
it?
2 poison potions to die.
Is this in VR?
No, that's something I thought it would make perfect sense for, but there is no VR version
Yeah,
of this right now.
interesting.
It feels like it should be a VR game, right?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but yeah, fun game. Not too. I think it was quite cheap as well. Let me look it up. Liar's Bar. It was like £5. Like it's really not that expensive.
Oh,
So
okay.
I
Nice,
can
nice.
recommend you just like pick this up cheap and just play it. It is quite fun, even if you only play it like one time.
Hmm.
Um, then we have. Oh, this is tough. I've got 2 games that I think could potentially be my game of the year,
Oh, you still
multiplayer
haven't
game of the year.
decided.
But I think I'm gonna go with the one that's actually released, and I think I'm gonna say that my
Okay.
runner-up for this year is Deadlock, which I don't have. I have over 130 hours on Deadlock, and I keep forgetting to
Oh my
make
god.
gameplay. I keep forgetting to actually get gameplay of
It's
Deadlock.
so good. You
It's
forget to press
so
the
good.
record
I'm
button.
like, oh fuck. I keep forgetting to actually record footage of Deadlock. Um, yeah, Deadlock at the game I could talk a lot about. I don't know if for the scope of the game, but it genuinely feels like you have that like really great MOBA like design that Ice Frog brought to Dota 2, and they've brought it to like an interesting third person shooter. They brought in that hero shooter mechanics. I like I spent so much time on Deadlock because the game itself is so different based on the items you buy and like the characters you play, and it genuinely like I could spend so much time like trying new things as I played. It was never samey for me because the game was so
You,
dynamic in so
you
many
said like
ways.
every match was radically different because of that,
Yeah.
right?
And this game is also literally completely changing every like 2 days because it's in like the earliest stage of active development. I think the reason this is my runner up is because I don't know what game Deadlock will be when it's actually released.
Right.
I think it will be a
Yeah, yeah.
completely different game to the game I played, even though the game I played, I think, was always
And
getting better and was always changing.
they could not one day and then be different.
And personally, I do like MOBAs, but I have had my troubles with MOBAs in the past. I can't say I definitely didn't have some troubles with Deadlock in terms of disagreements with friends over Deadlock, over my 130 hours playing the game. Um,
So that's
and
just what happens in MOBAs. You just always disagree.
if you don't want to kill someone when you're playing a MOBA, I don't think you're playing them correctly, you know?
Right,
Um,
right. I just want to play them as the thing. So.
but like the game genuinely has really great movement. Like there's this system of sprint, but not only sprint, but if you time your jumps, you can do what's specifically a sprint jump. There's specifically a wall jump that you can do that doesn't consume stamina. Like they're cooking with the movement in I was going to say Dead Cells, Deadlock, and they have so many interesting characters. Like when I heard that this initially was like set in the Half-Life universe and they changed it to be its own original IP, I was kind of disappointed, but I actually really like the universe of Deadlock. Like it has, it's this weird like occult like what's it called? Like limbo version of like New York, where you have like
Oh,
demons
okay.
selling things, and apparently they're gonna do like the story of this game through comics, sort of similarly to TF2, like in-game comic books and interactive stuff, which sounds really interesting.
Hmm.
And you have like the dialogue. My favorite thing is Jacob Lash's bio, which just says Jacob Lash is an asshole, and that is the best way to describe the character in this game. Um, like Deadlock was a game that I played this year that for the most part of this year I literally was not allowed to talk about because it was under NDA.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Like I
The
was like,
worst kept secret in gaming.
everyone knew about it, but I literally could not talk about it because I was under an
Yeah,
NDA for this game.
yeah.
It's really fun. I played it like non-stop for a couple of months and I haven't touched it since. Like it, and I don't know. Maybe I'm waiting for like more characters. Maybe
A
I'm
big
waiting for like
big
the big
update.
release. But yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's a game that it Deadlock is like it just MOBAs in general. But like Deadlock is sort of like it's sort of like drugs, where I'm like I will get really addicted to this, but I don't know if it's good for me. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, sure. Yeah,
Like I will
yeah,
play
sure,
a lot of
sure.
Deadlock and I will enjoy Deadlock, but I also be like, man, I need to play Deadlock and I kind of don't want to. Oh, like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. Good experience, but like, but you,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a bad side effects almost sort of kind of afterwards.
But my game of the year that I I could talk more about Deadlock, like specifically about like how the rail mechanics make like recalling in this game really interesting. How you get like specifically a rail boost you can use once to get back off it, and the movement of coming off it and stuff like that is really really cool. And how like you can only go as far as your minion wave has gone, so you want to push your minion wave so you can get back to lane faster, and you can also get knocked off the actual rails on the overhead as you go back into lane. Like they have really interesting systems in this game. Like there is a lot of like micro gameplay stuff in Deadlock, and it makes it really interesting. But you know me, sometimes I like to play Minecraft Dungeons. And my favorite multiplayer game of the year is a game I've not talked about on the podcast yet, but I'm going to say it, Tony. Potentially, I should give this game an award for biggest surprise of 2024.
Mm,
My favorite multiplayer game of the year is Marvel Rivals.
that is surprising that you're giving it best multiplayer game.
Yeah, honestly, you know, one of my favorite multiplayer games last year was Overwatch 2. I love hero shooters.
Mm,
And the reason that I want to play Marvel Rivals over Deadlock, even though it's more of a recency bias, I will admit, because Marvel Rivals literally came out in December. It's
yeah,
so much easier to go in and out of a Marvel Rivals match than it is to get into like a 15-minute like Deadlock match where it's like, oh shit, this guy's got 2 more items than me. It feels unplayable sort of thing. Hero shooters are so easy to jump in and out of.
yeah, yeah.
And I talked about like the good world building of like Deadlock. Like Marvel Rivals has free character design and world building. It's Marvel characters, right?
I think
But it's not in like, you know, when the Marvel Avengers came out and they looked like weird uncanny valley
yeah,
versions of the Marvel
yeah.
movie, the MCU guys. In this game specifically, they are doing the comic book versions, and they specifically added like those thick ink lines and added the comic book style to them. And I think like specifically the character design of Squirrel Girl is really good, but like the overall
Yeah.
character design of like the actual
I mean,
characters
Psylocke,
is-
I think. Psylocke with the
Psylocke's traditional
expansion.
outfit. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that's it.
Or
That's
Hella,
that's
Hella,
that's a
Hella
good
with
one.
the cosmic booty skin is a very great one.
That
from
was
season
yeah,
0.
yeah. Actually, Hella is. I was surprised how good Hella looked. Actually, that's a good point.
Have you? They've just added the Fantastic Four, and the internet is losing their mind over Sue Storm.
Oh, I've not seen that. No.
Look up Sue Storm from Marvel Rivals,
Okay.
and the internet is losing its mind right now
Okay,
over her character
I
design.
will.
But yeah, it's essential. Like, because I looked at this and I was like, oh, because I remember when it was coming out, I was like, NetEase Gaming, they make Chinese mobile games. It's going to be full of heavy monetization. It's going to have gacha mechanics. It's going to be like really awful to play. It's going to be a rip-off of Overwatch. It's just going to be like a third-person... Why would I want to play third-person Overwatch? I can play first-person Overwatch. This game is really well designed. Like, genuinely, the guys who made it are not only, like, have looked at Overwatch's homework, but they're actually, like, big fans of Overwatch and have actually improved on a ton of... Like, they looked at Overwatch and, like, what could we do better? And they genuinely, like, made a more compelling game than Overwatch right now, which I think just goes to show you, like, what's going on in Blizzard is they're scared to try anything right now.
Yeah.
Like,
would you also say that the characters feel like the characters like they're meant to be?
Yeah.
Like, cause that's why I felt like by watching like your gameplay and stuff.
And I think what's really awesome about this game is there's comic book characters that don't have MCU stuff that really get a chance to shine. Like, Jeff the Shark has just become the baby of the MC, like the Marvel stuff. Like, everyone loves Jeff. Well, people don't like playing against Jeff the Shark sometimes. But people love Jeff the Shark. It's like random cat. Like, I had no idea who the fuck Neymar was. I'm like, is this Aquaman at home? Like, who's Neymar? But now I get to play as him.
Or like a Penny Parker.
Penny Parker? Yeah. It's Tuesday, isn't it? She's essentially the diva-looking character of this game, but weirdly enough, Hulk's passive is the diva of this game.
Yeah.
It is very easy to
so funny.
It's very easy to... Because he turns into Bruce Banner when you like kill him, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll look at characters and you go, okay, like Star-Lord is the Tracer of this game. Black Widow is the Widow Maker of this game. But there's still like... They have their own unique design, and there is characters that I kind of can't compare to Overwatch characters. Like, there's genuinely, like, really
Who's Jeff the Shark in Overwatch?
Oh, fuck. His left click is kind of like Mercy.
Right, yeah.
His bubble and his ult, I don't think is like any of the supports in Overwatch. Like, at all. I don't think...
Yeah, I find that most interesting, yeah.
Jeff the Shark is more like a MOBA ult. Where you just... He's more like a fucking... I'm going to see... Like a Patches, like, from Dota. Or, like, I'm going to CC up the team sort of thing. Like, I think it is like a weird mix of, like... There's MOBA design stuff in there. There's hero shooter design stuff in there. Like... Oh, and also, Tony, we have to talk about the third-person aspect. I love first-person games, and I generally don't really play that many third-person shooter stuff because I prefer first-person aiming. But the third-person stuff is really fucking fun, and it makes so much sense for, like... I think one of my favorite characters in this game is Spider-Man. Spider-Man is really fucking... I think I've got Spider-Man gameplay here. This is, like, by the way, this is, like, day one of the game. So I have no idea what's going on for the most part.
You became a Spider-Man main, I heard, though.
By the way, guys, okay, speaking of China, there's a button that after you do a highlight lets you upload it straight to TikTok, and I was like, what the fuck? This is the most, like, NetEase gaming thing I've ever seen.
And yet, you have to agree to, like, a ton of privacy stuff that if you decline, just closes the game, right?
I spoke to my friend Calvin, who lives in Hong Kong, and he said, to play Marvel Rivals... There, you have to sign in with your social ID in order to play the game. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Spider-Man is, like, I think one of the most popular Marvel characters in history. And in this game, he is the highest skill ceiling character in the entire game, which I think can kind of be a noob trap, but also... This game makes you feel like
the star system.
Yeah, this I'm gonna say the meme. This game makes you feel like once you get going on Spider-Man, like it's so fucking fun to play Spider-Man. So you have like the web swing mechanic, and this game has a system called Easy Web Swing. So you press the button, and he just randomly grabs onto a point, and he'll grapple off it. But as I learned through playing the game, there's an option to turn off easy web swinging, so you don't automatically grapple something. You can specifically aim where you want to web swing off, and that just turns Spider-Man into almost a completely different character. Where it's just like...
really? Okay.
Like, instead of just like randomly I'm like web swinging at the floor to quickly get away to a health kit, and then web swinging away in like a full arc to swing all the way. Like, a person who's played like an hour of Spider-Man and a person who's played 100 hours of Spider-Man, it's like a completely different character. Like it is absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
And Spider-Man is this weird mix of movement and then like you web someone which marks them and you can pull yourself to get, because he's mostly like a melee character. He does have these ranged webs, but you want to like web in, get to a target, uppercut them, web out, get in again, uppercut them again, and get out sort of thing. He's like a weird, like, he's like a dive character. You're trying to get in, do your shit, get away, because you're very squishy as well, which I think makes Spider-Man quite hard to play compared to some of the other characters. He is kind of like a Tracer character. Maybe that's why I like it. I fucking love Tracer. You essentially, the entire game plan is like, I'm always playing on a razor's edge. You have such a high skill ceiling. Like, you can deal so much damage and you're so fast, but if you fuck up, then you're fucked, sort of thing, right?
It's interesting that there's like dive characters. That's not a thing in Overwatch, right? Like you wouldn't say call people dive characters.
Yeah,
or would
yeah.
you?
Yeah, you would say
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay,
That's a term, I would say. Like Echo in Overwatch is a dive. Tracer is a dive character. Like
right.
Just trying to dive on top of people and get out, sort of thing. Like Wolverine in this game is a dive character. Although he's kind of an anti-tank more than he is a dive character, I would say. Because the way Wolverine works, I was like, oh, okay, you dive on the backline and you kill the healers. Wolverine Slash deals the same amount of damage to squishies as it does tanks. You have like % scaling health on your slashes. So Wolverine's actually really good when they have multiple tanks. And one thing they did with this game is they immediately were like, we're not going to add roll queue. At least we don't have any plans to. So you can play like 6 DPSs. Oh, you can see in the chat there, I'm typing, sorry guys, I main Spider-Man, my first ever game on Spider-Man. I always do that. Like when I go into Overwatch, I'm like, I almost never play Genji. I always just type, sorry guys, I'm a Genji main, and then I lock in Genji and I stop playing him. But I actually did that so much that I actually got kind of okay at the character. That's how I like I used to do that all the time with Hanzo, and then Hanzo became my most played character because I would always lock him in as a meme. But through that meme, I just unironically started playing the character a lot and got quite good at them and enjoyed playing them.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it?
But also another thing I want to mention, because it's on the screen right now, team up abilities are so fucking cool. So when you have multiple people that are connected, so because I have a Venom on my team, my Spider-Man now is a symbiote, and this is my first time playing the game. I have no idea that I have this ability, but if I press C, my symbiote then goes out and deals damage to everyone around me, which is really cool. One of my favorite ones has got to be the Hulk Wolverine interaction, where Wolverine kind of lacks a bit of mobility sometimes, but the Hulk can literally pick him up and throw him into combat, which is so cool. I like this game has great like voice acting. Like they got a lot of the original, like I think the Spider-Man voice actors from the game, like the Marvel game, from Insomniac.
Oh, right.
I think. Don't quote me on that because I don't 100% know. But they like there was supposed to be like a Squirrel Girl film that came out like a few years ago, and they were like they went back and got the original voice actress who's supposed to play her in the Marvel Rivals games. Like they actually, the guys don't the characters in this game, they feel like they're Marvel comic book characters, and it's really fucking cool. Like they did a really good job. What else did I want to say about this game? There's a lot I want to say about this game. Like, genuinely, this game. I was going to say like Magneto has a line of dialogue where he's talking about like the fact that the Hulk throws Wolverine, but he's like, "You're literally made of metal. I could pick you up and throw you anytime I wanted," sort of thing. Which is like literally something he does in like those X-Men films, right?
Yeah.
Because we were at least in the like cinema stuff, we were in that weird state where Disney only owned like some of Marvel. Sony had Spider-Man, and then Fox had the X-Men.
The X-Men, yeah.
So it's weird to see them in media together, like at some points, but now it's like they're all back together, and it's just really fun to see. You got like Adam Warlock's rezzing people. You've got the Punisher. You've got Hawkeye, which I think is he's Hanzo. He's one of my favorite characters. Yeah, like I think like the healers are really fun to play, the DPS are really fun to play. So I think that some of the tanks could be more fun to play. Like there is an issue with not enough people wanting to play tank, but even then there is like I really like playing Venom as a tank. I think Venom's really cool. And then you also have like they've literally just added the Fantastic Four, and you have characters like Wolverine and Mr. Fantastic that are listed as DPS, but they're more like off tanks. Like they're very much going the route of we're never gonna, at least not now, tell you how to play the game. So if you want to play one of these more tanky vanguards and play them as a tank, go ahead. Like you can do that sort of thing.
That's interesting.
But
yeah, it's very surprised. I was surprised this was good.
Yeah.
I think, but from, at least from watching this, I just kind of wish there was more maps. Maybe I don't know. I just feel like
they just added more. It's a live
maps kind of
service
disappoint
game,
me.
so
Absolutely.
The new maps they just added are really cool. I will say.
Okay, that's good.
So they've added.
I think there were too many indoor maps for me. Like when I first was watching people. So.
But they've added a deathmatch map now that you can play on while you're queuing. Although my queue times are 1 second because I don't play ranked. So,
yeah.
Like it. That's the thing. It's like the queue times in this game are so quick. You just can't get up and get a drink or go to the toilet. You're just like, oh, I'm in another. And the games are so quick as well. It's like 10 minutes. Sometimes like I'd say 5 to 15 minutes. Some depending on the game mode and the teams and stuff. Like.
There's no role queue, you think, why it's so quick.
Yeah, and there's so many people playing the game as well that it's just so quick. I can't remember what was I saying before I started talking about that?
I don't remember.
That's gonna annoy me.
It was the live service.
I was live. Oh, the new map. It's like Doctor Strange's. Have you seen the Doctor Strange movies?
Oh, Sanctum Sanctorum.
Yeah, they have the Sanctum Sanctorum, and there's like a room.
I got a Lego set of that.
You go into there, and there's just portals everywhere. And you go through a portal, and you're in a different part of the Sanctum Sanctorum. You go down this staircase, and you just keep going down this staircase. You go, okay, I'm going to go up the staircase, and you just keep going up the stair. It's like an infinite staircase inside of there, and there's like there's like a room that is just like cosmic space. And they've even got like I think his name's like Baxter or stuff. Like they've got like Doctor Strange's ghost dog that doesn't exist in the MCU but exists in the comic books and stuff like that.
Oh, very cool.
So yeah, it's very much like the.
They're just big Marvel fans, these guys. Then they're just pulling all sort of things from the comics.
Yeah,
that is so. Yeah, I think it's so surprising that they actually care about the IP.
Yeah, like I heard NetEase Gaming was making this game, and I was like, it's going to be a cash grab, and I think.
Yep.
Unironically, they genuinely made a really fucking good game, and it seems like they genuinely care about the game and the IP, and that's almost you never see that in an IP game, let alone, a IP free-to-play multiplayer game. But yeah, they didn't do it. Every single character in the game is free to play from the get-go. You don't have to pay to play the game at all. The only thing they sell is cosmetics. They sell a battle pass, and you can buy skins from the store. Isn't that the way it should be for every free-to-play game? That's how I feel.
Yeah, it seems reasonable. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, unless you're Overwatch and you try and add them to the battle pass, so you have to either grind 1 billion years or pay for them.
Don't forget, securing the mission area is your top priority.
I like the map design. Like this symbiote map is really cool because you can like punch a symbiote and then it like moves a platform up and down and stuff like that.
Yes, I like the creative maps. Yeah, they look really cool.
I think that might be my final category, Tony. I think we're moving on to best game I played in 2024.
Okay.
Unless you have any multiplayer games you wanted to talk about.
Well, it is, but it's like it's Helldivers 2 as well. I said what I said like in your bit, so I just wanted to mention Helldivers 2 role playing. Role playing is I don't know how to say, but it's a space. Yeah, Democracy Space Marine from Starship Troopers.
Makes me feel like I'm watching the highest grossing film of all time award. Outriders
Yeah,
2.
yeah, yeah.
That's an inside
That's
joke.
an inside joke,
Where I
but
edited
yeah.
the Wikipedia page to say that I'm doing my part. What's it called? Starship Troopers was the highest grossing movie of all time
Yeah.
as a joke.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny because everybody loves Starship Troopers. There's the half of the people who watch it and understand it's parody and they love it, and the other half the people who watch it and think it's not satire and they love it. Just everybody loves Starship Troopers.
Yeah. It's a bit concerning when people don't realize it's satire, but yeah, sure.
Yeah. What do you want to do
I've
first?
got one. I've got
Oh, okay.
one thing left on mine, but I don't know how many things you got to say in total.
I have two honorable mentions that I
Okay.
have not talked about on a tangerine before, so I need to
Right.
briefly go over them at least. And then I have my 11 awards for single player games of the year of 2024.
Okay. Okay. Well,
What do you want to do?
I'll do it in between some one of those, I suppose. Okay.
Should I go through
do.
my honorable mentions first, or
Yeah, and then I'll do my last.
So my honorable mentions that I've talked about in Tangerine are Five Hearts Under One Roof. I could give this the award of Joe Loves Korean Women award for Five Hearts Under One Roof. It genuinely is a really good game, but I'm just gonna go off, I'm gonna go off this list now, and I'm gonna say some games, and you're gonna go, these games are really good, and there's really good, but they just didn't make the cut, and that just shows you how good 2024 was for gaming, in my opinion. Right? Five Hearts Under One Roof, Buckshot Roulette, Lightyear Frontier, Pal World, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Window Kill, Princess Peach Showtime, Donkey Kong, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, Still Wakes the Deep, and Angerfoot were all good games that just didn't make the cut of my top 11. But there's some games in there where I'm like, at one point, Pal World was like the biggest game in the world at some point, and I think it genuinely was a really cool surprise game. But like, let's talk about Angerfoot quickly, because I want to talk about this game. So I played the demo for this, and I was waiting for it to come out forever. And this game, I think the demo really sold it to me. It was very much like a 3D Hotline Miami. It is that like, it has that like thumping music of It's that fast-paced gameplay. It is Free Lives, from the creators of Broforce, Gorn, and Genital Joust. Did they also do Terra Nil? Or is that just...
Oh, did they?
Yes, from the developers of Terra Nil as well. There's even a section in this where somebody's playing Terra Nil, and there's an arcade cabinet in this where you can play like a bastardized version of Broforce where you press one button to jump, and if you complete it, it explodes. So since the demo, they've added like these in-between sections where you go around and like talk to characters in the world. The best way I could describe it is they're essentially like kind of like Sludge Life, where the characters are kind of standing around waiting for you to talk to them so they can say their one-liner, is how I would describe like these in-between sections. So there's sort of like, there's more world building in the full game of Angerfoot. I think like the core gameplay of Angerfoot is still really fun. In terms of it's like that fast pace, I'm going to kick shit, I'm going to pick up guns, I'm going to shoot people, I'm going to throw them, and then I'm going to kick somebody else, grab another gun. Like, it's that really great fast paced gameplay. My biggest issue with Angerfoot is, I think my number one issue is the performance. The game, for the most part, runs okay, but the way it looks and the fact that as soon as you get like more than a couple of enemies on the screen, which you do a lot, it's in like the early to late levels, or you explode an explosive barrel, there's points where I'm playing this on like below native resolution, all the settings turned down, and I'm dipping frames to like a slideshow at some points. And this is a game for like that is meant to be like a fast-paced, smooth game. it feels kind of awful to play at some points. Like I really want to love Angerfoot, and there's a lot to love about Angerfoot, but the performance stuff is really annoying. Like lots of other people have made this complaint, and they've done some updates, but I think it's still not in a place where I would say it's good enough, in my opinion. Like for example, I have a 4080 and a 7700X. I turn this down to 1440p from 4K. I have all the settings turned off, like to low, and I'll be able to get like a solid 120 FPS, even though I have a 240 hertz monitor. I capped it at 120 to try and get a consistent frame rate, and even then, there'll be points where I just dip below 120, and I can even dip as low as 30 FPS at some points. Like the game just becomes like a slide.
Okay,
yeah,
right.
there is some points where it's just like like it becomes like, and my biggest gripe with this fact is my favorite part of the game is like there's challenges to every level, right? Where like it's like complete this level in 30 seconds, and like you do get to that because you get different shoes which give you different abilities in this game. So you'll get like,
oh, okay, yeah.
let's see if I can find some gameplay of a shoe. You'll get like shoes that will let you like charge up a kick and go flying across the map, and that just like, oh, I need to complete this in 30 seconds. Let me fly across the map and kick down this door, and then I can jump off here and then fly across this room, which I normally wouldn't be able to get to without these shoes, and I can complete this level in like 30 seconds. The problem is you do that, and then suddenly you're loading in 50 things at once, and the game just becomes like, oh, what is going on? Oh, this enemy is shooting me through a wall as I am, flying across the map as like a slideshow. Like that's another issue, not just in terms of performance, but like the actual gameplay. You can sometimes see like enemies pointing their guns through a wall, and they will shoot you through it. And enemies will shoot you very quickly if they see you in this game, which is like kind of how the game's designed, but like it feels like unfair when enemies shoot you like through a door or like through a wall. Like it
fast reaction time plus cheating, yeah.
Like I kind of wish Angerfoot had more time in the cooker. Like this genuinely could be like a fast-paced, like really, really fun 3D, music, trance state. Like I'm gonna go in and just shoot a bunch of guys and go in and speed run, like even playing it with different shoes. I'm getting vibes of like neon white and optimizing paths and being like, oh, if I jump up here with the double jump boots, then I can actually complete the level much quicker. That stuff's really cool. It's just so bogged down by performance and glitches, and it's like if somebody's like, I really want to play a fast-paced movement game, I'm just like, play Neon White. It's the much better or just like they're like play speedrun like Suum speedrunners from like there's so many more like games that are just I would recommend over this game right now, and that's really, really sad to see. Like I want to like Angerfoot more than I do, and it is just bogged down by some like fundamental issues that I think can be fixed. So I would like to see them like.
You think updates could fix this? And
yeah, there has been updates, but to this point, I don't think it's like to a point. Like
it's still not. Yeah, okay.
It's a cool world. Like the story is stupid. It's like somebody stole all of your sneakers, and now you're going around and you are kicking the shit out of everyone until you can get your sneakers back because you love sneakers. And the world is just full of crime. There's these crime bosses. So you have like the pollution gang, and their levels are set in sewers. And they all they do in their sewer levels is like, you talk to them and you're like, oh, when I go swimming in the water, it makes me sting and stuff like that. Or like, I'm making sure to burn all this plastic. If you've got any plastic to put on this pile, make sure to give it to me so I can pollute harder and stuff like that. Again, there's some interesting stuff they say. For the most part, it just kind of felt, oh, Jacket from Hotline Miami's in this game. There's a reference from Devolver Digital as they publish this game. He appears in a lot of the like intro levels. It kind of reminds me of Hotline Miami 2 in the sense that I wanted to like it more than I ended up actually liking it.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Like I've beat the 3 gang bosses, and I believe there's 4 of them. So I've played like 75% of the game at this point. Because I played it right at the end, like right at the start of 2025. Like when we delayed the podcast, I was like, oh, because I was playing through Prince of Persia, and I was like,
Yeah.
there's a couple of games I have on my list that I own that I haven't played yet, and on that list was like UFO 50 and Angerfoot, and I was like, I'll load them up for a couple of hours, and I'll play through them, and then I'll have like a general idea of what their strengths are, and then I'll be able to talk about them at least a little bit for the podcast awards. I loaded up UFO 50 and I couldn't put it down. Angerfoot I could put down. Like that's just to show you like the difference between the games, right? Like I'll load up Angerfoot and I'll be like, okay, this is pretty fun, but then the issues come in and then I'm like, okay, now I kind of want to put it down again. Like there's challenges, like the speedrunning stuff is really cool where it's like, oh, I loved the challenge where it went, you need to complete this level in 5 seconds, and I went, how the fuck do you do that? And then I saw that there was a window, and then I spent the rest of the game constantly thinking about that level, and I was like, how do I get to this tiny window at the start of the game? And you eventually get a pair of shoes called size 3, which then make you really small, and then you can just jump through the window because you're so small, and that's how you complete that speedrunning challenge. I was like, that was really cool. But yeah, Angerfoot. An interesting game 2024, but I feel like it's held back by its issues, and I would love to be able to say, Tony, this is a game that you should play in 2025 or 2026. It's been updated so much and it's so smooth and great to play now.
Best update.
But I understand the way game development works, and I'm sure Free Lives has gone on as making something else now. So I don't know. Another honorable mention that I wanted to talk about that I haven't talked about on Tangerine, so I need to talk about here is Call of Duty Black Ops 6. This is my first Call of Duty game in, I want to say, like potentially 10 to 15 years. And I've also never played a Black Ops game.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, the last Call of Duty game I ever played was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, which was a long time ago. But the reason I played this was because it was on Game Pass. So I said, well, I've got Game Pass. There's no reason not to check it out. I think it is very much like it feels very much like I would expect a Call of Duty game was from playing it for the most part. You have these big epic set pieces. Like I just played the campaign. I didn't play the multiplayer. It's just like there's big explosions going on. There's cool shit happening. The stuff I was really interested in was the like more muted level stuff where it was like, here's a mission where, I don't know if I have footage of it. Here's a mission you're going to go on. Oh, I got footage of this. Here's a mission where you're going to go and stealth around and go and infiltrate a tower. I was like, oh, this is interesting. So there's a level where you straight up go to a Bill Clinton rally in disguise, and you have to like take photos of things to like scan somebody's eye to break into like a base, and the levels let them approach you in whatever way you want to. So you can just like go in guns blazing, or like for me, for example, I played that entire level in stealth sort of thing. So yeah, the game just like, I don't know if this was specifically a Call of Duty Black Ops 6 thing, or if this is what most Black Ops games are, but I think it would make sense if most Black Ops games had some sort of like covert stealth stuff in them compared to the more like overall big war stuff going on.
I don't know much about it either, but I think they have like some more.
But I was surprised by this game by how reserved some of the levels were, how they were like. I would assume that most Call of Duty players, if you gave them a camera in a political rally and would like go around and take photos of people's faces, they would just get bored. But like it's like they gave you that chance to like breathe and do something interesting, which I appreciated from this game. I think ultimately like why it's in my honorable mentions is I think it came out about October, like Halloween-y time. I played this for a few hours. admittedly, I was playing this like when I was playing Metaphor, so I was like, I kept going back to Metaphor, but I think there was some interesting stuff in Call of Duty Black Ops 6, but there wasn't enough to make me go, oh, I need to go back and play Call of Duty Black Ops 6. There was just other stuff. There was so many games this year, and I was like, I'm much more interested in playing like these other games right now. But I don't know. Maybe I'll go back and play it again while I still have Game Pass. But we'll see. I still have it downloaded, so I can, load it up at any point. But I think potentially like there's a quite enjoyable game in Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Like if I give it more time, it's just some of it is like the first level you play is just like explosions, war. This is a Call of Duty level, but then I was like, oh, there is genuinely stealth stuff in here as well. That's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the last Call of Duty game you played, Tony?
Well, I've never owned one. I've only played in
Right.
like round friends' houses. I think it was a Black Ops one, but I don't know which one it was.
Yeah.
Maybe 4.
Was it like a zombies thing you were playing? I think this game.
I played zombies a lot, but the last one I played was not a zombies. They've kind of they haven't been a good zombie thing for a while.
I think there is zombies in this, but again, I didn't play the zombies or the multiplayer for this. So
I think there's issues with it where there's like AI problems with it and things, and then like voice actors not coming back for AI problems. So I think it could have been good.
I was just like, I want to see what a Call of Duty campaign, because I've heard like they do, like Battlefield gave up on campaigns a long time, because I play a lot of Battlefield games, and you get Battlefield for the multiplayer, and I assume like Call of Duty was everyone gets it for the multiplayer sort of thing, but I'd heard that they still always do campaigns, and for the most part, they are just kind of some lighthearted fun.
Yeah.
Which I thought was interesting to see. But yeah, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, didn't finish it. Thought it was all right from the stuff I played, but it's one of my honourable mentions for 2024. Yeah. So should I give my first award, Tony?
Well, I'll mention because mine's kind of my final one this morning. You can then just like all your awards, maybe.
Sure.
Just with a time stamp to mix it up, I suppose. Hang on, I'll do that. Yeah. So my last one. I'll tell you the name of the time. You know what it is, but like coziest game.
Oh, Tiny Glade.
Yes.
Yeah.
And man, if you haven't seen it, like just search it. Like, it might be your thing, but like I just for like a lot of people like me, like more creative.
I looked at this game and I said, that looks like something I would enjoy playing.
Yeah.
Like I liked playing Townscaper. That was quite fun.
But what I find interesting about this one, like I think Townscaper you can do this to some extent as well. Like people like done like big maps, but I found like there's two ways to play Tiny Glade. It's like either like I'm just gonna mess around and see what comes out, and it's just gonna like look really nice, or it's like I have this idea for a project and I'm gonna try and recreate. Like I've seen Rivendell, I've seen I can't think of other things. There's other Lord of the Rings thing. I can't remember any of the names right now. But Rivendell's one. But yeah, it's just there's stuff like that. Is I'm gonna build this like medieval fantasy thing that and it's all in just like I'm just gonna see what happens. Oh, and then I'm just gonna walk around in first person and take it in. It's like it's just like so many things you like do that in that like it's just nice to play.
You definitely get a lot more tools than Townscaper, like in terms of customization, and also I know from the Digital Foundry video on this, like it has like software-based ray tracing, and it runs really well on low-powered stuff as well.
Yeah.
So
it is a small map, like so it makes that helps a lot, but it's enough for creativity.
It's a good technical achievement, and it's also like a really good-looking, like cozy-looking, fun little game. So yeah.
Yeah. The details are absolutely fantastic. Yeah,
I think this is a really
I'd recommend it. It's a cheap game off sale, so yeah, that's all I really have to say. Just go check it out if you've not seen it. It's just
has a demo
maybe
as well.
Watch some build it. Yeah, it has a demo. Like just see if it's like something you can. I just recommend it. Just something you can just like. I don't know, like de-stress yourself. Like, at least for me, like I just feel like really good.
So you're calling this your de-stressing game?
Coziest game is what I would say.
Right.
I don't know how to spell coziest though. That's not a real word.
Sit back and relax award. Should we steal it from the Steam Awards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
cozy is a real word. Oh, is it slang? Oh, I don't know.
I was gonna pick
Most
one.
cozy award.
I was gonna pick a award that I'm giving for a game I haven't talked about this year yet because I played it. So one cool thing about our Game of the Year awards, sometimes like the Steam Awards and the Keighley, the Jeff Awards for Game of the Year, they will cut it off and be like, if you come out after December, you're dead to us. You can't get an award. But
That's something that gets forgotten.
one of my games, I think actually 2 of my games came out in December in my best games of the year, and I think at least like 3 of them I played in like December, January time. So played them like right at the end, like before we did the award show, to be like, okay, I need to check out these games. I'm going to talk about a game I played. I've been playing Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I heard this game was really good, and that essentially Ubisoft set it out to die, and I was like, that's such a fucking shame. Like, so my award for this, Tony, is Raw Gameplay Award goes to Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. My take on this game is I haven't finished it yet. I've played about 5 or 6 hours of this game, but I have a fairly good concept and hold on what makes this game great and why it's one of my favorite games of the year. And it's because it is one of the smoothest, best combats in a game I've played this year. Like, if you're a movement combat sicko like me, this is like, this is like a Blasphemous. This is like a Hollow Knight Silk Song. This is like a Metroid Dread. This is like really good Metroid movement and combat. Like, and it has that like light Souls element to it. It has like the parries. It has like the dashes, the the ranged attacks. Like, it has everything. Like the combo attacks, and you can specifically, like, when you go into the training mode in this game, it's like you can specifically end a combo by knocking somebody up into the air or down into the air, and you can like choose if you want to follow them up into the air or if you want to stay on the ground. And like,
oh, that's cool.
It has a lot of nuance to the actual game.
Yeah.
When it comes to like the story and the characters and the world, I don't give a shit about them. But this is like, I just like the Raw Gameplay Award. This is like the Neon White Award, where I'm like, I don't give a shit about the story or the characters of Neon White, but the gameplay of that game is so fucking good. And like the Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, the gameplay of this game is really fucking good. Like, it's so smooth and so fun to play. I have 2 Metroidvanias on my Games of the Year list, and they're in completely different categories in terms of like the Metroidvania they are, which I think is really interesting. But yeah, I've also never played a Prince of Persia game in my life, so this is my first ever Prince of Persia, and I think you're not playing as the Prince of Persia. I think he's called Hassan. In this game, you're playing as like his guard, or like one of his soldiers. You're playing as what's his name again, actually? So I'm saying I don't really care about the characters. I'm literally forgetting the name of the main character.
You're just there for the gameplay.
Yeah.
So for very good impressions first, Prince of Persia game.
Sargon D's what? Sargon is his name. But yeah, because what happened with this game is Epic has a thing where if you release your game on Epic in the first 6 months exclusively, they will give you a better cut on like using the engine or like the sales on that platform. So what happened was Ubisoft released it exclusively on like Epic and Uplay, like Uplay Plus, and then it did not come to Steam at all. And then like the momentum of this game just completely died. Like, it came out like 6 months later on Steam, and I think like not a lot of people played it as a result, which is really sad to see.
Yeah, sucks from that. Oh,
yeah, like
Ubisoft.
Ubisoft. I've already ran into Uplay issues playing this game,
Oh,
which
that
I really
sucks.
wanted them to do because I also got this in a bundle with the early access Prince of Persia game by
Yeah.
some of the devs from Dead. It's so confusing what games ex Dead Cell devs are making. It's the Lost Crown, the Prince of Persia, the Rogue Prince is the one with the purple Prince of Persia guy. Oh, you can parry arrows, by the way. You can parry ranged attacks in this game. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, apparently... So I was playing this game, and I played a bunch of hours on my PC, and I was like, oh, it's... I think it was like Boxing Day, and I was like, oh, I'm going to put this game on my Steam Deck, and I'm going to play it while I wait for my family to come round. While I'm downstairs. And I put this game on it, and I went to load up my save game, and it was just like, was not there. So if you don't know, almost all Ubisoft games on games, you're required to have the Uplay launcher, and they don't use Steam achievements. They use Ubisoft cloud saves. And, you know, Steam achievements aren't perfect. Like, I've had Steam I don't know if you've experienced this, but having like Steam achievement stuff fuck up between like the Steam Deck and your PC because they're running on different operating systems. Like I've had issues with it before, but for the most part, it's pretty flawless.
It works. Yeah. It works most of the time.
Apparently, on Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, there was a bug where the autosave would overwrite progress. So they just made it so, without telling me when I purchased and played the game, you have to manually upload your save to the cloud, otherwise it will not upload it there. So if you want to play this on a different platform like a Steam Deck, which this game is Steam Deck verified, you have to manually upload your save and then download it from the cloud and then play it. And then when you're finished on the other platform, upload that to the cloud, download it from the other system. Oh, I love these. They have like the Metroid Prime parries where you get this really cool cinematic when you parry somebody. Really cool.
Yeah. That's cool.
Like I love like the boss fights where you like in like, because a lot of people compare this to Metroid Prime and they're like it's better than Metroid Dread. You remember in like I showed you in Metroid Dread where you're fighting like that giant bug and then suddenly the camera cuts and it like switches and swings around and she's just shooting the shit out of this giant bug. That shit is really cool. I love stuff like that. And there's really cool bosses in this game from what I've played so far. You have like there's this giant scorpion. I was like, why is there a trinket that stops you taking poison damage? And then I thought it was giant scorpion. And then I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, there's a lot of like upgrades, so you can get like new movement abilities. Oh, I've been using the camera system that they added to this, where essentially it's like a stock. So you have like 15 photos, and if you find somewhere where you're like, oh, there's like a weird lever door here that I can't access, you take a photo of it, and then you go down to like 14 out of 15, and then you essentially, I'll look at the map and I'll go where I've placed the eyes, and I'll go, oh, let me look at that quickly. Oh, I now have that ability to open that door. I can go back there. And then you go back there. And then you basically delete that. And then it refunds the point. So you have like a limited amount of how many... like it's an in-game currency sort of thing. But as you play the game, you can unlock more of them, which I think is cool. Like it gamifies it. I think it's an interesting system to have.
Yeah, I like that.
And it has like that. Again, not only does it have like the more Soulsy system of parries, but it also has like the. You have like they're like trees. I think they're called whack trees, but they're essentially bonfires. So whenever you use them, you have these refillable health potions. When you use them, they refill your health potions, and then it respawns any enemies you've defeated up to that point, sort of thing. So. It fit like the guys who did Prince of Persia: Lost Crown are the guys who did the new Rayman games, and again,
Oh,
those
that makes
games,
sense.
yeah, really fucking good, smooth movement platforming games, and it fucking shows. Like, this game is really, really fucking fun to move around and fight in. And those guys have now been sent to prison because they're now working on Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Yeah,
So
Ubisoft
yeah.
prison. It sucks.
Imagine if this game came out and it wasn't made by Ubisoft. Imagine how successful it could have been. And it
Only one made by
sucks
Ubisoft.
because it's a really good game. Like, in terms of raw gameplay, it's really, really fucking fun. Like, one of the best. Like, in terms of gameplay, it's the best Metroidvania that came out this year. Really, really good.
Mm.
But yeah, that's my. You say it's all me now. You don't have any other awards, sort of thing.
Yeah, no, my stuff is done, unfortunately.
Let's talk about the other Metroidvania game that came out this year, then, which I've alluded to, which I have a Tangerine video on, Tony, so I don't have to go into a full mini Tangerine on it on the podcast. It is
So what's this? What's the title of this
Yeah.
award? I guess.
This is the Mystery of Exploration Award, which I could have given to several games on this list. Thinking about it, I think a lot of games actually fill this criteria, but the winner of that award and one of my favorite games of the year is Animal Well. This is my other favorite Metroidvania game of the year, but Prince of Persia is the best raw gameplay combat movement Metroidvania. Animal Well is the best like thinking puzzle atmosphere, like just dripping in like pixel goodness. Like it's like almost the complete opposite of Prince of Persia in a lot of ways in terms of like what it's doing. But yeah, Animal Well is a game that I almost cannot talk about because everything I say about Animal Well will spoil the experience for you. If you want to know more, I think we have a spoiler section as well as like a general overview of Animal Well. It is a solo dev product. It's essentially a Metroidvania game that is mostly like, and I'll say this myself, like, I'm somebody who generally is not a big fan of like puzzle games, but I went through Animal Well and I loved the puzzles in Animal Well. Like, they're designed in a way
Enjoyable puzzles.
Yeah, I generally think I prefer the design of Metroidvania stuff because they go, here's a tool, here's how to use it, and then they go, okay, now figure out interesting ways to do it. Animal Well is a game that gives you a useless piece of junk, and then halfway through the game, you accidentally do something, and you're like, oh my god, this is the most useful thing they could have given me. It is fucking brilliant. I love Animal Well. Yeah, I think it's genuinely is like people will make video essays about this game in a couple of years. Like, there's a bigger mystery going on. I have one ending of Animal Well. Apparently, there's a lot more endings to Animal Well than meets the eye. There's a lot of stuff to do. Like, I just want to talk about frisbees and yo-yos, but I know it'll take away from the experience. You know. I'm genuinely terrified of certain animals now, thanks to my experience of playing Animal Well, where I was like, oh god, what the fuck is happening? And you know that Kylo Ren meme where he's like, I now know what I must do, but I fear I may not have the strength to do it. There's several of that moments playing through Animal Well where you suddenly go, Eureka, I know what to do, and I'm like, oh no, I have to do that. And it's like, oh no.
Okay.
Like, there's several moments I can think of off the top of my head where I'm like, yeah, holy shit, that is a really, really cool moment. Check out Animal Well. It's cheap, it's on Steam, it's a solo dev. He did, again, amazing art, amazing music, great atmosphere. Really cool game. Will get you thinking, but like won't have you like kicking the wall. Like, really well made puzzles and really satisfying to play. But yeah, that is the Mystery of Exploration Award. I think I'm going to move on to the Speedrun Award. So I'm now going to try and talk about this as quickly as possible. Nintendo, I think, didn't have the greatest year for games in 2024. I've talked about it on my honorable mentions. I played Princess Peach. I played Mario vs. Donkey Kong. I did not play the new Zelda game that like a weird Tears of the Kingdom thing. Even though it looks really cool, I did not play it. We're interested to check that one out later. But it seems like they're winding down from the Switch. They are being like, okay,
yeah. And
we're going to make the
back
Switch 2 in
Switch 2.
2025.
Yeah.
Here's a bunch of remakes of smaller games. And one of those games that I thought was going to be like another one of these, B tier games was a Nintendo World Championship NES Edition. Which is essentially taking a bunch of NES games like Super Mario, the original Zelda, Kirby, stuff like that, and putting speedrunning challenges to them. And I thought, well, that's going to be super simple. I'll maybe play it for like a little bit. Tony, I was fucking hooked on this game. I absolutely adored this game. It is so fun. Not only did it allow me to relive my childhood of playing through Super Mario Brothers, which I've completed at least like 6 times at this point, but also letting me experience NES games I'd never played. Like I really want to play the original Zelda. It's really fucking like I've never played Zelda. I've beat the final boss of Zelda. I've never played Metroid. I've beat the final boss of Metroid in like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Like there's just like insane statements you could say. And there's also like games I've played where I'm like, which fucking sicko made Ice Climbers? I would like a word with them. Like I don't want to play Ice Climbers again. I don't want to play like I don't want to play fucking that balloon game again. Like there's a full video where I go full in depth on my thoughts about this. Don't sleep on Nintendo World Championship NES Edition. It gets the Speedrun Award of this year. It is really genuinely a really fun speedrunning game. And you can sit on this for like fucking hours just trying to get an S rank, and it's a lot of fun. And I think it's the best thing Nintendo put out this year that I played. So yeah, genuinely check it out. Let's have a look. Let's go for another smaller game. Let's go for the most well-paced game award, and I have gone for Turnip Boy Robs a Bank. I can't think of a game where I'm more like, this game is the perfect length of game. It keeps going when you want more, and it never overstays its welcome. Turnip Boy Robs a Bank is the perfect length of game. It is about 4 hours long, and it is a roguelite game about going into a bank and, well, robbing it, coming back cash, getting more upgrades. But as you play through the game, it has sort of like that meta-narrative thing where you talk to more characters and you unlock more of the bank. And through unlocking the bank, you have to get like at certain points, there's like diamond blocks in your way and you have to get a pickaxe to break through a wall. And this overarching narrative that goes through. The game's always really fun. It's fast. It's sweet. It's like, it has this cool little narrative and humor, great little soundtrack. And it was on Game Pass, and I feel like it's really being slept on. It is like a really fun little game that is like a perfect short little game to just play in a day or like over a weekend if you've not got that much time. And like, yeah, I highly recommend Turnip Boy Robs a Bank to anyone. If you want to see my full thoughts on the game, check out our Tangerine on it, but it's really, really fucking cool. Let's move on to the Only Happy Souls Game Award, which goes to another Crab's Treasure, which is one of my favorite games of the year. This game is
I was not expecting that.
What do you mean? The award or what?
I don't know. No. Well, the award's name is great. No, I don't know. I just maybe thought it wouldn't quite make it.
This game is really fucking good. Like it is like, I think I gave it a 4.5 star. Like it's almost up there with the perfect game sort of thing. It only lost points, I believe, in my original review because there was some glitches with it that I wasn't happy about. But other than that, like this is probably one of the most accessible Souls games that exists. Maybe I should call it the award for the most accessible Souls game.
Yeah.
Or like, but I thought the only happy Souls game would be a funnier award.
Is it the only or
Sure, whatever makes better syntax sense for the award. I'm open to
Yeah.
I'm open to suggestions. I think like I played their original game Going Under, and it was this really cool idea of like a roguelite office game where you had to go around and pick up random like staplers and desk chairs and use them as weapons. And they took the ideas from that game and they channeled them into, what if you're a crab and you have to keep replacing your hermit shell? And it just turns it into this like
cool.
really interesting, like genuinely really, really fun gameplay mechanic of like a Souls game where you're like exploring this really cool deep ocean, really great level design, interesting characters, really great, shell design and combat stuff. The game lets you play the way you want to play. Like I personally went for a magic build where I was essentially turning my character into like a shotgun, where I just picked up like party hats and was like shooting people from afar with like magic. But you can also go like, I want to play Sekiro. I'm just gonna go like full like sword. I'm gonna like parry everyone. Like I remember fighting the pistol shrimp boss, and that was really fun when I like perfect parried him and I finally defeated him. Like this game is really satisfying, and it really does scratch that like soul's itch that you get from games, and it does it in like its own like really cool, unique way. Like this game is genuinely one of the best games of 2024, and I think it's really, really cool and deserves to be talked about. And if you want to know more, got a full Tangerine video on it, so make sure to check that out. Speaking of really happy games, should we talk about a really depressing game?
Yeah.
This is my Mechanical Emotion Award, is what I've called this one. This
Mechanic Emotion.
Yeah, I can explain it, but this is the award goes to Hellblade 2, another game that I think is really fucking good, but I think is not getting the credit it deserves. Not only is this game, I think, probably the best looking game of 2024. This game is absolutely gorgeous. I think it genuinely does things in a game that are really special and deserve to be talked about. So when I talk about the Mechanical Emotion Award, I'm talking about the actual mechanic of causing grief through a gameplay mechanic. So
right.
It's tough to talk about this, Tony, because to explain this, I'm going to have to spoil other games and how they do this, and I would potentially have to spoil how Hellblade 2 does this.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, like...
So suffice to say it's the best one.
Well, I like Joseph Fares does this, like I think A Brother, A Tale of Two Sons. I don't know if I've spoken about this with you before, but there's a certain mechanic that happens in that game where I'm just like, holy shit, that is so smart. Or like Papers, Please does a really great like gameplay mechanic of like, I assume most people, Papers, Please, I'll talk about like as an example. Like in Papers, Please, you are a border patrol guard, right? And you have to let a certain amount of people through, and you have to stop people getting through, right? And if you do your job good enough, you can buy food and medicine for your sick family, and they will stay alive. But sometimes when you're guarding the border, people will try and come across, and they will be like, look, I'm fucking dying. Please let me into the country. And you might let them through. And when you do this, your family's going to fucking die. And you're going to go, oh shit, sometimes I have to be a bad person to look after me and my own. And it's like this actual like mechanic in the game that teaches you morality. And it's like, oh wow, that is actually something interesting in a video game. And I think like
you actually feel it through your actions.
So again, if you want to know what specifically I'm talking about, I spoke to my psychologist friend Jesse, who's also studied philosophy as well, and I said to him, hey, we've both played Hellblade 1 and 2. Do you want to talk about them on a Tangerine? And he said, I don't think we'll have that much to talk about, but okay. And we made a
Wait, you said that, did you? I didn't know
yes,
that.
and we made a 2 hour and 15-minute long video on Hellblade, like both games, spoiler free and spoilers as well. And I will say, Hellblade 2 features boss fights, and one of the boss fights in Hellblade 2 may be one of my mechanically favorite boss fights in a video game. It is so fucking cool,
Right.
but it is
Okay.
one of the
Interesting.
final fights of the game, and I cannot explain why without spoiling the entire plot of Hellblade 2. But please understand
Okay.
that I personally didn't like Hellblade 1 that much, but I fucking loved Hellblade 2, and it is very much worth playing, especially if you have Game Pass, because it is on there. And there is no
Okay.
opportunity cost to playing a game on Game Pass if you already have it. Yeah, it's gorgeous. I love. There's characters, and that was one of the things I disliked about Hellblade 1 was the lack of characters. There's characters in Hellblade 2, and they're really cool. And like, I always see. I think is her name like Melina Jurgensen, the actress who plays Senna, and I always look at her and I'm like, I just always see her crazy eyes when she does like fucking Senna performance in the game.
Oh.
Um,
Yeah.
but I think what's really cool about this game is it generally like made me understand the concept of like what psychosis is and the difference between it and like schizophrenia, for example. And like speaking of my
Yeah.
psychologist friend, I learned a lot about mental health through playing this game, which I think is really fucking cool.
Yeah.
So like,
And you're
yeah,
also experiencing it, but through mechanic. Yeah,
was-
mechanical emotion. Yeah, that makes sense. Emotions through
mechanical-
mechanics.
yeah, like I think it is. Like I just couldn't think of another way to describe what Hellblade 2
Yeah,
does.
that's perfect.
Like I could have said
Yeah.
like Hellblade 2, I could have said this is the best looking game of the year, but I think that's you can see that in videos, and
Yeah,
I think it's
that's-
selling it short. Like this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
not just a great looking game, but also genuinely a really cool game to play. And I think they really improved on the first game, in my opinion, like in terms of the puzzles and the combat and stuff. So yeah, really, really cool. Let's move on. Shall we go to the... I'm trying to think if there's anything I've already talked about. Oh, there is. This is, Tony, this is the I Can Quit Anytime I Want award. It's award for Balatro. I'm going to give each of these games individual games, and I'll go for Game of the Year. But let me tell you, Tony, this one is in the running. I fucking love Balatro. I put in brackets Balatro, brackets help. I can't stop playing Balatro. I have over 100 hours in Balatro this year. It is so fucking well designed. And I don't... It is... Like, the joke is that I'm addicted to it and I can't stop playing, but it's different from, like, Deadlock, where, like... I think not only is this, like, a really addictive game, but it's also such a well-designed and really fun-to-play game. I'm always having fun playing Balatro, no matter what. And I play it on my Steam Deck, I play it on my PC. They've also released it on mobile, so I'm always playing on my mobile as well. It is such a great portable game. If you don't know, Balatro is essentially a variation on poker, and it is essentially a roguelike game where you have to make a certain amount of chips by playing poker hands. And I would say, like, my knowledge of poker hands was iffy before I played this. My knowledge of poker hands is 100% now. I know them all. And the way the jokers interact with your deck and is that there's so many interesting jokers in this game. Like, even Steven, every time you play an even card, you get chips. And then it's like, well, I can then put that in the deck with a blueprint, and that will copy that ability and improve it. And then I can... And it's not just the jokers. You can get for some reason, Local Thunk was like, no, we need tarot cards in this poker game. So you can then enhance your even cards. You can enhance your tens and make them go off twice. And then you can thin your deck to remove all your odd cards. And there's just... And then I'm like, well, I want to play as many even cards as possible. Let me play pairs, or let me play flushes. It's like, there are so many, like, decisions in Balatro, and they're always, like, interesting and fun. And it's like... yeah, it's always just like a really, really fun game to play. Like there's so much creativity in building a Balatro deck, and yeah, it's just I'm like a deck builder sicko. I love building decks in games,
yeah.
and this is definitely a game. I'm not saying specifically designed for me, but it's very close. I absolutely adore
You played
this.
because you played the demo for this. Like it was good at it. Like best demo.
In Steam
That
Next
sounds right,
Fest,
right.
and I was like, "This is one of the
Yeah.
best Steam Next Fest." This is the reason I play Steam Next Fest. This is the reason I
Yeah.
play 50 other trash games, is because I want to find a Balatro. And I immediately played it in the Next Fest and was like, I'm buying this on release. This is really fucking good. But yeah, if you want to know, I think we have a Steam Next Fest video on this where I'm playing the game and talking about it more. So definitely check that out. I think there's another game where I've already made a video on it. So, Tony, this is the award for makes me cry when I listen to the soundtrack award for Persona 3 Reload. Wow. You remember I was alluding to the RPG where I genuinely have real connection and love the characters in the game?
Yeah.
I love the characters in Persona 3 like so much that there's an old couple that runs a bookstore and I'm like, these are like my grandparents, or like they're like, I feel like Junpei is like my best friend, and stuff. Like I generally connected with a lot of the characters in the game, and like the social system in this game is really interesting. I like the Pokemon RPG you have in the middle of my social dating game where I can have my 6 girlfriends. But yeah, I did not expect to love Persona 3. It was literally, it was like a perfect storm, Tony, where I started 2024 going, I want to play more Japanese games, and also I'm going to try more. I'm going to get Game Pass for like a year, and then Persona 3 Reload got added to Game Pass, and I went, well, it's like a 100-hour JRPG. I've heard the soundtrack to it. It really started with music for me. I heard the soundtrack to. I was listening to random video game soundtracks in like a madness bracket where you like it'll play like random songs. You go, this one's better, and it'll like one out based on what you pick. And every time I kept going, man, this song sounds really good, and it's from this game called Persona. And I kept listening to these songs, and I kept going, man, this Persona game has really good music. But anyway, I go, you know what? I have like a month left on the game, my initial Game Pass sub, or like I was almost up. I had like a couple of weeks, or maybe even less, on my Game Pass sub, and I was like, wasn't sure if I was going to renew, and I was like, well, I'll just load up this Persona 3 Reload game because it's a 80 to 100 hour long JRPG. There's no way I'm actually going to fucking like it and want to play more of it, right? I'll just load it up and then I'll just put it down and I won't think about it again. I was obsessed with Persona 3 Reload. Is one of the best games I've ever played, and I don't say that lightly. And it's so special because not only do I deeply connect with the characters, the world, the music, the vibe, the style, but it's also a game I could have just missed. And I would have missed if I hadn't have closed myself. If I kept doing what I was doing with games where I was like, I'm not going to play this game because it's in a genre I don't like. I'm not going to play this game because it's in like a anime style or whatever. I'm going to completely ignore it. I would have completely missed this game, which is why next year I've always said I don't really like fighting games. I'm going to play fighting games because there's a chance I really start to enjoy them. And I don't want to miss another Persona 3 Reload. I don't want to miss another Metaphor. I don't want to miss another Catherine. I don't want to miss another Persona 3 Dancing in the Moonlight, There's been so many great games I've played this year. And I will go over them when I talk about my Euro Japan update. I have an hour-long video just talking about how much I love Persona 3 Reload. This is really fucking special game to me. And yeah, I unironically, I'm not joking. If I listen to Memories of You from the Persona 3 soundtrack, I will start weeping. I'm not joking. This game is I get emotional talking about it, so I can't talk about it for too long. This game means a lot to me. It meant a lot to me. It felt like it was a time when I just played this game, and it felt like I really connected with it. Like it's a game that warms your heart, and then you realize it has to end, and then it punches you in the gut and crushes your heart, and it is gut wrenching. It is, but it is also like it's beautiful at the same time. I don't know how to describe the emotions I feel when I play Persona 3 Reload, but like the closest I can come to a game that I've played like this is the Outer Wilds. That's a sort of like that's a game that I think a lot of people have played and have connected with, and they've realized like how special of a game that can be. But yeah, I should have ended here. Let's talk about more games. Let's talk about let's talk about the best indie game of the year, which we haven't talked about yet. But my favorite indie game of the year is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. It's probably the best indie game that came out this year. Possibly the only indie game that came out this year. I know everyone has made that joke already, but I still find it so fucking funny.
Best indie game of the year award.
Yeah, spelled Indy, of course. It might make more sense if you see it written down, but yeah. Yeah, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Some people said they weren't expecting this game to be as good as it is, but
that's what I said.
Again, Tony,
that's what I said. Yeah.
2 of my games of the year are IP games. We have like Marvel Rivals and Indiana Jones.
I expected this to be mid, like genuinely. Like I expected this game to be mid. Like it'll do some things well, but it's like an alright game overall. Sort. That's what I was expecting.
Yeah. See, I've played a lot of the Wolfenstein games, and I've played a lot of the Machine Games new expansions, like they did for Quake 2, the new Doom port, and I was like, these guys know how to make fucking game levels. Like, they know how to make games. And then go, okay, what's Indiana Jones a film about? Well, it's a film about
shooting
like,
Nazis.
well,
killing Nazis, I suppose.
Defeating Nazis.
Yeah.
What is Machine Games known for? Oh, they're known for the really like tight, kind of immersive sim action games, the Wolfenstein games about killing fucking Nazis. Well, okay, so what's this game about? Oh, it's like a tight action game with kind of immersive sim elements that's about killing Nazis. And it's like, oh, that makes perfect sense. Like, I don't know. This game is really fucking good. Not only is it really fucking good, it looks gorgeous as well. This would be like definitely a contender for best graphics of the year.
As someone who likes like I guess traditional architecture, like the way it realizes some of the scenes, like it looks absolutely amazing.
Like not only does it look gorgeous, but it's so performant. It's like id Tech's great utilization of the Machine Game's great utilization of id Tech 6 with the really performant like ray tracing, and then even the ray tracing overdrive stuff where you could go more into like path tracing stuff that looks really gorgeous.
Yeah.
And I will say again, like, maybe this potentially is saying that, the puzzles are not the most in-depth for the most part, but I played through the entire game on the normal puzzle difficulty, and I only struggled on one puzzle, and it was the final puzzle of the game.
Oh, right.
And I completed most of the side content.
Well, I would say for puzzle stuff, like in general, I just think as long as it's fun, it doesn't need to be the most like in depth or most complex or most.
And there is really interesting
thing.
puzzles. Like I was, there's a point where you go to Thailand, and there was a puzzle I was solving, and I was literally, I had like Paint open, and I was like playing Thai checkers in order to try and solve this puzzle, and I was like, like
That's cool.
that is so like normally if a game's like, right, you need a piece of paper next to you to write things down and draw things, I'm like, I kind of wish I could do this in the game. But genuinely playing this game, I was willing to get a piece of paper and just write things down, like draw things and being like, okay, let's try and figure stuff out, sort of stuff. And
You were
actually,
engrossed enough where like you were willing to do
yeah,
that and
I was
rewarded for
willing
it.
to take myself out of the game
Yeah.
and, you know, go and get a piece of paper and write something down. Like, I prefer if I was able to do stuff in the game, and I might
Yeah.
have issues with some of the more like realistic elements where, you know, you have like the
Or the
you have
diegetic menus.
the diegetic menus, or the fact you have to go through like 20 notes sometimes to find the one note you
Yeah.
need, or the fact that it's
Yeah.
like, oh, to enter this building you need to put on the priest disguised, and then you need to pull out this key, and then you need to press a button to put this key into the lock, and then you need to press a button to turn this key, and then you can walk through. It's just like, they definitely put steps to add immersion, but it also adds steps to slow the game down. And you know me, I'm more
Yeah.
of a fan of just, let's just skip the animation and just go straight in. And but this place goes places I never expected to go in an Indiana Jones game. Like, and like the way they have designed the game is so fucking cool. Like, it's almost like there's only like a few levels in terms of where you go. There's a few like shorter linear. I've finished the game since, because I talked about this on the podcast briefly. I have finished the game, and I pretty much went and did like all the side content that was like, oh, let's collect all the medicine bottles to upgrade your character and stuff like that. And then when it came to, okay, now you can go and collect every single scrap of paper and note, I was like, nah, I'm not interested. I'll just do the side content I'm interested in. Now I've fully played the game. You go to like smaller locations, like there'll be a section where it's more of like a smaller linear level where you're like on a frozen boat in the middle of I don't even remember where you were. It's like a cold place. You're on like a boat that's got stuck up there. But then there's like, most of the levels are almost like open world. They're like really big linear levels in terms. Well, I guess they're not linear at that point, but it's like the first
big,
place,
almost big hub,
one of the
not
first
hub,
places you
but-
goes is the Vatican, and it's like the entire Vatican, and it is
Yeah,
this like
yeah. Very
big open
impressive.
hub where you go like around, and you can go off and you can do the main story. And then it's also like the thing I love about, because I said before, I could have given the Mystery of Exploration award that I gave to Animal Well to any of these, a few of the other games. Indiana Jones
Yeah.
is that game where I'll be walking, like you go to like Giza in Egypt. I'm a geezer, mate. I'm a geezer. And then I will be like playing the game, and I'll be like, okay, I'm going to go over here. On my way of going from A to B, diegetically, I'm like, that looks like it's some sort of tomb. What the fuck is it? And I'll walk over there, and like, as I'm exploring the world, I'll be like, oh, what is this? And I'll just like naturally just get pulled to one side and just start exploring stuff. Like Indiana Jones, go figure, is a archaeologist game where it's really fun to explore and figure stuff out. Like the puzzles are great, the exploration is great. The actual like combat is okay. Like it is pretty. It's like light stealth where you can essentially. But I really personally enjoy the combat because what
Yeah,
I
it is really
generally
fun.
tend to do is I grab the nearest blunt object like a guitar or a shovel, and I just find a fascist, and I'm like, I wonder what this animation this has when I smash it over a fascist's head, and I'm just like, bang, and I just like smash a guitar over their head. Like they're kind of dumb sometimes, or I'll just be like, I love that the sledgehammer has a stealth animation. You just like whack under their legs, and then just Indiana just goes whack and just smacks them over the head. And you know what's really cool about this game, Tony, is this game has guns, and you can use guns. And I spent almost all my time not using guns because I was like, nah, I just want to smack people. I want to like grab a guitar and like smack someone over the head, and then run over to a Nazi who stood precariously by a cliff and just kick them off it.
Yeah. You want to be creative.
Yeah. Like sometimes I'm moving around and I'm like, I kind of wish I was like Corvo from Dishonored. another Bethesda studio, where I'm just like, I wish I could pick this guy up and then immediately teleport across and then chuck his body in the lake. But then I'm like, no, I'm Indiana Jones. I have to pick up a guy and slowly move him across. And I understand, they want it to be a bit more realistic. They wanted, you to whip up and then slowly climb up with the whip. And they could have made it faster, but I think it still works. And it is very much like, by the way, Troy Baker is so fucking good as Indiana Jones. You remember I was talking about SpongeBob SquarePants Rehydrated, and they got all the original cast back to play the characters. You had like SpongeBob, Sandy, Patrick, and you talk to Mr. Krabs in that game, and they got another voice actor. And every time I speak to him, I'm like, "You're not Mr. Krabs. Like, who the hell are you?" Like, it's very like uncanny valley. Like, I just feel very out of it when I talk to Mr. Krabs in that game. Whenever I play this game, I'm like, that's Indiana Jones. I'm never like, that's Troy Baker. I'm like, that is Indiana Jones, 100%. And I think
it's very impressive.
Like, this came out right in December, and this was immediately like, I was like, this is one of my contenders for Game of the Year. Like, genuinely, this is really, really good. This was played on the earlier patch, by the way, in Game Pass, which means that sometimes Indiana Jones' hair bugs out and becomes blonde for some reason. I don't know why. They fixed it with a patch. But yeah. I love that they have like this really unlikable Nazi guy Voz, and in every single cutscene he's in, somebody like is physically harming him, like punching him in the face.
Oh yeah.
And like
Machine Game's on a mission to just beat up the virtual Nazis, aren't they?
Well, you have to say fascist because there's also like Italians in this game, and like
true.
There's also like in Thailand, they're like the Imperial Guard of that area as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Indiana Jones is like great. Like, I love the disguise system of like getting the ability to go into different areas. Like it you know what game it almost reminds me of? It almost reminds me of Hitman, in the sense where you have these big open stealth areas. You're trying to find disguises, and you're like just grabbing random objects and whacking people over the head with them. It's a Hitman game in a lot of respects.
Yeah. Maybe even a bit more thought out, because bigger interconnecting.
Also, the sound design is really fucking good. Like, somebody will spot you, and they'll be like, and it's like, they've nailed the vibe of being in an Indiana Jones film so well. And also, as somebody who hasn't seen like the new film, like the Dial of Destiny, I think it's called. You don't need to watch.
What it's called, yeah.
You don't need to watch that film. You don't need to watch any other Indiana Jones film. I don't think. It's like there's small references here and there, but it is it's very much its own self-contained story, I would say.
That's good. Yeah. It
has a unique like companion character for Indiana Jones. Like, everything is, it is a self-contained little story. Doesn't overstay its welcome, and it's really cool. I'd highly recommend it. I wish we had more games like Indiana Jones, you know?
Yeah.
Not only in terms of IP games, but in terms of like, it's a single player, almost like immersive simi game.
Yeah. Immersive sim light.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. More immersive. I think just like more immersive sim like ideas in game design, like map and layout in single player game would be nice. Yeah.
I think like the only thing I would say like about Indiana Jones is when you go to the bigger areas, you start to see like them repeat. Like, there's always medicine bottles to collect. There's always like a boxing ring to infiltrate. There's almost always you have to. There's this little kid who's there with a different archaeologist who gets captured, and you have to go and capture him. But I think that storyline is funny of always having to go and rescue him because he gets captured, and you read because when you go into the area where he was captured, you can read the notes of that area, and he's just writing a letter to his mum saying, "Mum, I'm sorry, I got captured going on this archaeological dig. I don't know if I'll be coming home. I'm so sorry. I said I wouldn't get in trouble." But I've talked about it with like arcane games, but there's so much like diegetic storytelling where you just read a note and it's like, this is so funny, and it's just like a random note in the world. But yeah, they're cooking something over at Bethesda, published games like Machine Games, Arcane, like, yeah, it's interesting. Well, should we move on to the next award?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's talk about the Games of the Year award, UFO 50. There is so many directions I could. Sorry?
Games of the Year's for UFO 50. Is that the full?
No. Games of the Year award is the name of the award.
Here goes to UFO 50.
UFO 50 is the Games of the Year award.
Okay, I see. Many games.
Well, there's 50 of them. I can show you my top 50 games if you want to know. Oh, like my top of the 50. I have played every single game now. I haven't completed every single game, and I've played more than others, but I have tasted a sample of at least all of them. And also, can I point out that Barbuta being the first game in the collection is stupid but also brilliant at the same time? I think it is like the most confusing and weird game, but it's also okay. The way UFO 50 is set up is it's set up as like there's a fictional video game company called UFO Soft. This game is really cool in a lot of ways. So there's this fictional game company called UFO Soft, and as you go through the collection of games, the years pass, so you start to see the games get like the mechanics change, or like the graphics improve, or like also I have played all 3 Campanella games. There is 3 of them, and I think the third Campanella game is the best because it's got the most going on with it. But I've also like seen where it's come from, and it's like the fictional development of Campanella I've seen over the years of playing through UFO 50. This is like the love of video game preservation with like its own fake game preservation history in it. It's a really cool little project, and I feel like it's almost impossible this happened because you got like so many indie devs together to make 50 like almost full-on games and release them in a collection for like, I think it was like £20, like absolutely nuts.
Oh, that's cheap.
Yeah,
that's
and I
crazy.
think
Okay.
it was on sale even. It was like £17 on the sale. Like the 50 games, and most of them are like, some of them are like, okay, this is a short little arcade game. Most of them are like full-on games, Tony. Like really, really cool games. So
And one deck builder. Well, that's not. That doesn't use decks.
I think this is like what 23 games I've favorited, and if you complete a game, you get a golden cartridge. So I have completed. So Party House is definitely one of my favorite games. If they
That's
released,
right?
Yeah, Party House is a game where you essentially you have like a Rolodex of friends that you invite to the party, and it's essentially a deck builder. Your friends are your points, which that you buy more friends. You then have some friends can bring cash, which lets you buy more space in your house because you eventually run out of space in your house. But then also troublemakers are inside of your Rolodex, and if 3 troublemakers come to your party, the police will shut you down, meaning you'll lose everything you potentially could have made that day. So it leads to this like really interesting deck building game where you're like, well, I kind of don't want to put troublemakers in my deck because then the police shut me down, but there's a lot of troublemaker cards that give you lots of points and money, and it's like this. You can go for low trouble decks. You can build like high trouble decks with like hippies in them, which hippies of course calm the party down, so you lose trouble when you have a hippie in your deck. Or like you can have like dogs calm people down, so they have that effect. Or it's like there's security guards. Security guards can kick people out. Or one of my favorite cards in the game is the athlete, or as I like to call him, fuck it, we balling, where he has an ability that will make everybody go outside and play basketball, which means every card you've drawn up to that point, you can basically re-roll it. And then one of the scenarios has what I like to call the Exodia build, which is so fucking fun, where you can style someone. So you take the stylist, you style their hair, which increases their popularity. You then take a photo of the stylist with the photographer, which then captures the points. You can also get a cheerleader, which a cheerleader resets active abilities. And so you can like keep toggling that, and then you can like be like, well, fuck it, we're balling. So you cycle them back into the deck, get more cheerleaders, get more stylists, and you can get like infinite like points combos. And you can even on that scenario get what's called a genie, and the genie lets you like select a specific card in your deck, and you can refresh that with the cheerleader. Like there's Party House has scenarios and multiple win conditions. So today I've played 6 hours of Party House in this game, and that's
alone.
That's one game in the 50.
Yeah.
Like it's
That's
absolutely
2% of the game.
Yeah. Kit Club is really cool. This is one of my favorites. I don't have any footage of Party House, unfortunately, because I played it after I did my initial recording. But it is like, look up Party House on YouTube. It's so fucking good. If Blatcho didn't exist, Party House would be my number one roguelike deck builder of the year. It's so fucking good. I've had so many friends. My friend was watching and was playing along with me, and he was like, is there a way to buy just Party House? And I'm like,
oh yeah, you can't ask it, yeah.
And I'm like, it's a game inside that you can get 49 other games. Just buy UFO 50.
Yeah, it's cheap enough where that makes sense. You just want one of the games. I feel if it's that good.
If they wanted to release Party House as its own separate game, I would buy it.
Yeah.
Like it's that good. It's really, really cool. This little kicker game reminds me of Bubble Bubble, but with like curve mechanics, because you have to shoot it like a football. Another game I golded and I put a lot of hours into is, I think it's over. Oh, I did gold that game, but I'll come back to that. I think I have. This is Pilot Quest. Pilot Quest is really fun, cool. It is. I would recommend it to be one of the first games you load up when you play UFO 50. It's one of the later games, but you can load games in any order. You don't have to load them chronologically. You can even categorize them by like. A lot of these games only have local multiplayer as well. You can you can play multiplayer Party House. You like take it in turns to like draft a party deck. Like you can play Bushido Ball like a lot of these games like. I'm feeling like I need to load this up on a Steam Deck. I would love to play some Bushido Ball.
Oh, yeah.
I'll talk about Bushido Ball in a minute, but Bushido Ball is really fucking cool. It's like the Windjammers 2 of this game.
Okay.
This game essentially is like a forager sort of game where you are like farming resources to unlock more stuff sort of thing. So you crash land here and you start hitting this crystal. And you get the ability to get these moon droplets. You then, which I didn't understand at this point, but you can turn these moon droplets into seeds, and then those seeds will keep generating moon droplets for you while you're not there. Then, what you can do is you can turn 100 of those moon droplets into ingots. You can then buy workers and workbenches, and they'll make ingots for you. And then you're like, okay, well, I'm automating stuff. What can I do? With the moon drops, you can buy meat, and what meat does, it allows you to go into the zone. And the zone is like a Zelda-like dungeon that you can only go in as long as you have meat, and you have to buy meat. And meat is also your health in this game, because when you get damaged in the zone, you take time off your timer. So at least this really interesting system where you're trying to farm up resources in order to spend more time in the zone, and the more time you spend in the zone is the more resources you can get to increase your resource generation, but progress the story of Pilot Quest as well, which is really, really cool. And also, what was I going to say? Like, you can get upgrades to, like, you can get like a metal yo-yo, so you'll deal double damage. You can get like blasters and stuff like that. But there's this like symbiotic relationship between the two where one helps the other. And also, Tony, this game runs in the background while you're playing the other game. So as long as you have yeah. So what you can
idle
do,
game in again.
yeah. So you can like I would go on to Pilot Quest, get a bunch of upgrades of my resources, and then I would go and play something else. And I'm like, well, I could quickly check on my Pilot Quest, and then it made me want to play more games because I was like, well, if I play another game, I can have my Pilot Quest going while I have this in the background, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Which is cool to see. And there's a couple of games on this list, Tony, where if you described the game or even showed it to me, I might have gone, that doesn't look like something I would play with. But like games like Rail Heist is a really interesting game that I don't think I would have otherwise played unless I was like, it's one of 50 games on this UFO 50. Let me try it out. It's essentially like, how do I describe it? It's almost like a immersive sim puzzle, almost like XCOM-y game. Rail Heist is really hard to describe. Essentially, you basically go onto a moving train and you're trying to complete an objective. So your objective might be you need to steal cash and get out. And time only moves when you either are spotted by an enemy or you make an attack. If you kill an enemy, then time is your turn is not over. But as soon as you like kill an enemy or you attack an enemy and don't get rid of them, then it starts at like a 10-minute timer where they can then look around for you and attack you, and then it'll go back to your turn, and then they get 10 seconds of moving, and then it goes back to your turn, sort of thing.
So it's like they're more like Worms then, but like with a
but it's like
mechanic.
Yeah, kind of. I didn't think it is kind of like Worms, in some ways, yeah, but it's more like more like Worms, but if you had a Omega turn before.
Yeah. It's single player Worms with
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. And this is just another. Again, I sat on and I played this for like half an hour, and it's just like, man, this is just one game in the collection. Like, there's a couple of games I want to put more time into, but I've been playing other games in preparation for my Games of the Year list. But there's like, I started playing this game, and I'm like, this is a full-on like, this is like fucking Final Fantasy, but a cowboy game. I'm just like, this is like a full-on RPG cowboy game, and I'm just like, wow, what the fuck? Like, I want to play more of this. This is interesting. Like, there's a lot of games like that. Oh, so I'm gonna go through my favorite list so I remember all of the games I wanted to talk about. Quibble. I can talk about Quibble Race later because I've got footage of that. Golftopia is really interesting because it's essentially like a golf RPG where you move around by controlling a golf ball. And it's like this overworld map but you have like a limited amount of swings and you have save points. And as you go through the world, you get more swings added to your timer to help you go around the overworld. There's 2 golf games in this collection, by the way. You'll love to see it, which I have favorited both. There's Mini and Max, which I think is definitely one of my favorite games. Mini and Max is a game that's set inside a tiny little room. And what happens is you get locked in there and you get really bored and you want to escape. And your dog Max is like, oh, I have the ability to go really small. So if you hold the down button, you go doo 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 doo, and you shrink down and you get really, really small. And then the game is it's almost like an entirely new game. Where you stand on top of a plant pot in the overworld, and then you shrink down, and then you have like this. It's like a jungle for you at your size. You get like really small, and then you can like your enemies are like bugs you can dodge and stuff. And there's like little quests.
I think we played a little bit. So like, did you get small in like just like a little area, or is it like a continuous, like the small world, a continuous connected thing? If you
The
could.
small world is continuously connected.
Okay.
Because I was
I
like,
see.
this is such an insane amount of work. You have the ability to get like really small, and they've essentially had to develop like two games, the overworld and the big world, and put them together. And I was like, that's really fucking
Yeah.
cool. And as you go through that, you get the ability to, you know, get like a backpack and store items and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, that's really cool. And then you meet a guy in a hut, and he's like, yeah, that's really cool. Oh, did you know you can go even smaller than this? And I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Because the game's already like so like big and impressive at this point. But he's like, yeah, you can go smaller. Hang on, I'll give you the ability. And not only can you go down to like the miniature level, you can then go down to the molecular level of any place on
Oh
the
my
map.
God.
And I'm like fighting like
crazy.
fucking proteins and shit by throwing rocks at them and stuff. And yeah, like again, Max and Mini is really fucking cool. Another like just really, really interesting. Oh, I want to play more. Again, I'm just thinking of all the games I want to play more of. Mortal Coil and Mortal Coil 2. Mortal Coil 2 is a game where you need to progress and get through it, but you have like 100 lives, and every time you die and you select a character, each character's death has an effect. So like there's a warrior who's really strong at fighting enemies, but when he dies, he becomes a stone, and then you can use those stones to build stairs to climb up to get to the next area. But every time you die, you're losing a
Okay.
life. But then there's like, oh, there's a really tough like an enemy spawner here, so I'm gonna pick like the demolition guy and just run in there and blow myself up. Or like, oh, I want to get to this area, but I'm struggling. I'm gonna pick the ninja, and the ninja can double jump in midair, but he's not. He only has like 10 bullets. And then when he runs out of ammo, he can't keep going, sort of thing. And he's not as strong as the swordsman. But then there's also like the gunner, who when he dies, he drops an ammo pack where you can infinitely re-pick up ammo from. And it's just like, what? This is like a fucking this is like a immersive sim platformer game. It's really fucking interesting. Like, and there's so many games like this inside UFO 50 where it's just like,
Yeah. That is crazy.
there's Night Manor, which is like a pixel art, like almost like, it's not FMV, but it's like pixel art, like horror point and click game that's really interesting. Yeah, there is UFO 50 is a lot of fucking game. I like
A lot of them are good.
most of them are good. Yeah. I'm not gonna.
Oh, you said most. Oh, okay.
I'm not going to sit here and say every game in UFO 50 is good. That is not true, in my opinion. I think there is at least a couple of, like, the fucking onion driving. There's some sickos out there who must love that onion driving game, but I find it so fucking annoying. Or, like, there's a couple of games that I loaded up once and I went, okay, I understand this, but it's not for me. There's like, you know, RTS games. There's, like, puzzly games that I'm not really that interested in. Like, I went through every game and I was like, I either loved it or I thought it was worth playing again. And that's like the 20. So, like, I thought 25 of the 50 games were at least worth playing again, sort of thing.
Okay.
But that's just
pretty high
my
percentage.
But that's just my personal opinion. Like, there is games that I'm going to really enjoy that you're just going to be like, oh, I don't care about this. But there's also games that I did not like that you may really love, for example. I want to talk about Bushido Ball, actually. I have Bushido Ball gameplay somewhere around here. This is the Windjammers 2 of fucking this game mode. It's like, it's essentially like a really simple like 1v1 Pong game, and then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, you have ninja abilities, and each individual character has their own unique ability. Like, I have these caltrops I can throw down. It's like a mine. But then you have charge abilities, like this guy can charge up a big slash. But there's, I find that this guy has like a substitution jutsu, so he can like dash across the screen, but then when he does a charged attack, he can make the ball invisible, so it's really hard to hit it back. And then also, like, a couple of characters will throw, like, kunais and shurikens at you, but you can also, like, hit them back and reflect them at them. There's, like, I'm telling you now, this is the windjammers of this. Like, there's a couple of games that are like this, but this is, like, simple on the surface, but so much depth underneath sort of game, you know? I think, like, I would love to just, you know, load up some Bushido Ball with some guys and just try it out. Because you have to think really tactically, because you can only... When you slash, there's like a cooldown on when you can slash again, so you have to think about when you move. You can block the ball by walking into it, but if you block it instead of hitting it, then it'll like knock you back and stun you for a bit. And there's even I don't know if you've seen that. There's a referee here, and there's actual rules to Bushido Ball. So if you're stalling by just holding the ball on your side of the map for too long, he'll give you a red card and be like, "Nope, you're stalling."
Mechanical failure, so just being you can't do it. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's like, "Look, if you're like just trying to stall and make the game slow down, I'm going to give you a foul. You're going to get a red card."
So you think it's maybe it's like, oh, let's start with Pong, and then what can we add to it to make it really fun?
Yeah. But yeah, Bushido Ball, really fucking good. It's one of those like simple but like really depth games. Like easy to play as a puddle, master like an ocean. You know.
Yeah.
What else do I'm just going to keep looking at my list. Oh, I wanted to... Quirkle Race is really good. I really like Quirkle Race. I think I have some gameplay around it. Oh, here's me going back and playing Pilot Quests. Like, this is like the Zelda-esque dungeon thing I was talking about. That you need the meat for. But then if you die in this, anything you obtained, you lose unless you walk out of the dungeon with it before the timer runs out. So it's like a massive like risk-reward thing. Quirkle Race is really fun. You're essentially sports gambling, but you can rig the races. So you have a bunch of aliens that are going to go on a race that are controlled by CPUs. It's like... What's another game that's like... it's not like marble races, but it's like, you know... Like dog racing almost, right? Where you're just kind of betting on something.
What? Yeah.
But before each bet, you have several actions. You can sponsor one of the Quirkles, and if they win the race with your sponsorship, you get a massive cash bonus. So it's worth like sponsoring Quirkles that might appear in future races, but also you can also train them up by spending money to train them up and make them go faster. You can pay somebody to poison the Quirk. So there's several actions, and they all have their own unique effects. So you can give a Quirk. So if I was sponsoring a Quirkle, and they were in the race and they had my backing, instead of sabotaging somebody else, I might want to give them steroids so they run faster.
Oh, okay. So that's okay. I see. Yeah.
But then, like, there's also random events, like there's a meteor storm today, which I'm like, for fuck's sake, my guy got space sick and he's getting hit by a meteor storm. That's so unlucky. But then
so like random stuff on top of like the choices you can do, but the random stuff gets played after you've done all your actions.
And you get like statistics, so you'll get the bookie will give you odds, and it'll say like, oh, there's a 1-to-1 odds. Like this is he's won a bunch of races. This is some of your best odds. But then you can speak to the information broker, and you can click on one specific Quirkle and say, I want to know more information about this. And you may go like, oh yeah, this guy has 1-to-1 odds, but he's also the clumsiest Quirkle, so he has the most chance of tripping. So even though he might be the fastest one, he has the biggest chance of fucking up. So you may want to go, what if I bet everything on Spotty? Because he has some of the best odds to win money. He might be the slowest, but then I could potentially give him steroids, make him go faster, bank on the clumsiness, or I could even sabotage the other ones. Like, potentially he could be like or it's like, potentially you want to poison potentially the fucking Quirkles that your opponents, because you're playing against 2 other opponents that are also betting on Quirkles, and whoever's the most money at the end wins. I'm talking about one game, but I'm having to describe like 50 different games because they're all really good in their own unique ways.
Yeah.
You may want to poison and kill your opponent's Quirkle because he's sponsoring them and you don't want him to come back in future races, rather than just just slowing him down a little bit, which is cheaper. But if you kill them, then they're out of the races. You don't have to worry about them anymore. But then also, you can buy shields. So if you're like, I'm sponsoring this Quirkle, I've given them a bunch of training, they're really fast, I've checked the information broker, they're the fastest Quirkle in the race, I think people are going to try and sabotage them. You can put a shield on them, and then people will get caught trying to sabotage them, they'll get fined. So you can actually like catch out other people, and you can get caught out sabotaging races.
Oh, okay.
Again, Quirkle race, really fucking fun. Just really, and I'm always just like, and you can take out loans, and I'm always like, there was this race where I lost like every bet until like the end, and I just kept taking out loans until I had like a bunch of loan money I owed, and I was like, no, this is the race, the final race. I go all in on this one race, and I'm like, and I just win the entire thing, and I'm just like, if you like the feeling or concept of gambling, don't spend money on actual gambling and lose a bunch of real money. Play Balatro and play Quirkle Race and just play it through video games.
Yeah. Simulator.
Oh, Fury trips right at the end. He's coming through though. Here we go. There it is. That's the big win, baby. But yeah.
That's the thing. Was like people like to say, like, oh, but I like the casino gambling because it's an experience. It's like, yeah, shouldn't they just be games though?
This is there's this chameleon game where you have like, it's like a bunch of tiles, but your chameleon can't be seen if it matches the matches the color of the tile it goes over. So you'll want to like grab a tile before you get into the vision of the enemy, and then you can go over them, and it's a puzzle game, but it's actually one I kind of like. Like, there's a lot of great games in UFO 50, and this is Golftopia. This is the weird like RPG Metroidvania almost like golf game. It's strange. I want to play more of it. Again, every time I think about UFO 50 games, I'm like, I need to check out more of them. It's just I played every single one for a bit so I could review UFO 50, and I don't have time to house party every single one, but or party house. But yeah, I wish I could, and yeah. Is there any games that you thought looked interesting so far?
Yeah, there's I can't put any of them are cool, but like Party House and the Pong one.
Oh,
and, I'm trying to figure out the golf
Ball.
Yes, sir. I was trying to figure out the golf one. Now I'm just trying to think what's going on here.
I'm just exploring the overworld, but I've got a certain amount of strokes before I have to reset.
Oh, okay.
I'd say I preferred the way the other golf game controlled. It was more of like a 2D golf game, and it was more like just a arcade, like you have a certain amount of swings, try and get to the end in time. But it had a mechanic where it was like futuristic golf, where you could like you hit your ball and it bounced off like objects, but then at any time you could go like gravity, and it would go like and it could like shoot straight down at any point. So you had like another action in the air sort of button that made it kind of interesting. But yeah, that is. I think I've UFO 50'd out. I'm gonna talk about more games.
Those are all the good ones. All the good games in UFO 50.
Oh, there's more I could talk about. I think we would be here until like, the end of time. I think I've got 2 more awards. I think. No, I think this might be my final award before the Game of the Year award. Yeah, this is the final one. Tony saved this one because it's a game we haven't talked about, so I'm gonna have to do a mini tangerine on it. But Okay, I'm gonna keep this on the lighter side though, for the fact that we're probably gonna have to do an actual Tangerine video on it later because I have not finished it. This is the Final Fantasy Hold My Beer Award. This is Metaphor Refantasio, which feels like Atlas going, "Hey, Final Fantasy, we could do that but better." It just has so much like they're in the fantasy universe. They have this epic orchestral music. They've taken the job system and they've just made it like really fucking fun. They have this really cool overworld stuff where you have to spend days traveling between different areas. But yeah, they're like it feels like they took Final Fantasy and just made it better from the Final Fantasy game I played this year. This is Metaphor Refantasio. This is the brand new game from the Persona devs, and it is a completely brand new IP. It is set up in a similar way to Persona in some respects, where you do have like a overworld, where you have like a you have what's called archetypes, and you have different. I'm just calling them personas. You have personas, and you have characters that have personas, and your relationship with them affects how strong that archetype is. It is very similar in that system to Persona. The footage I'm showing here is actually from the demo, because there's a 10-hour like long demo you can play, and that's how I started playing Metaphor this year. I was like, oh, it costs £50. I'll just play the demo and see what it's like. And then I was like, and they're like, oh, you can carry your progress over from the demo. And I was like, oh, I want to play more Metaphor. This is really fucking fun. It's a really, really good game.
It's a long demo.
I mean, it's like a tenth of the game though, in the grand scheme of it.
Yeah, that's still a long demo. I don't know. Still a long demo.
I think the thing that really makes Metaphor interesting is not only is it a new universe, but they've actually made a universe which has, again, you were talking about in Baldur's Gate where you were like, I'm a different race and people are treating me like shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Persona, it's like this hyper, what's the word? Like, how do I say it? It's like a really optimistic view of the world where it's like, it's Japan and everything's great and everyone's the same race in Japan. And then like, Metaphor is like, oh, what if we had like, in this fantasy world, we have different like races of people. Like we have cat boys, and we have like
I see. Yeah.
we have like bat people and stuff like that. And like this game genuinely has like racism in it. There's like classism. There's racism. There's like Persona is a game that's about like interpersonal relationships with each other, and it's a really tight game in that. Whereas Metaphor is like is more like a game about politics and race and religion, and it's more about the overarching society of that. Like what makes this game interesting as well is you play as one of these lesser down races, but you have a book, and inside this book is the human world. It's like our world, but their like fantasy book is our world, in a world where obviously this isn't 100% true, but it's a world where people get along and there's not this racism between the races, and you don't decide peoples who leads the country based on women tossing swords into lakes, based on
vote for him?
I didn't vote for him. You don't base it based on who's the son of the king. You base it based on, people get voted in based on the merits of their character. And that's very much what the story of Metaphor evolves into, is this like almost election starts through this like magical Zelda Twilight Princess moon in the sky. There's like a giant statue that goes, in 10 days you have to complete this challenge. It's like, but it's very much more like about changing the world and like the perception of different races and being fair, and but there's generally like, this guy deserves to die, he's a fucking, he's a fucking furry. Just kill him. Like there is like that like that classism stuff.
Yeah.
But also another thing that's really interesting, because I don't know what's going on with the meta of this game, is there's these giant grotesque beasts that are like the Titans in Attack on Titans, and they're called humans, and they're literally humans. But in like, they're monsters, and the humans are the monsters of this universe, which is just like, what is? I could see the metaphor there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, there's like, I think this game, like, where it really shines is not only like it's a fresh take on the Persona stuff, and it's like a fantasy stuff, which I know people see like Japanese high school and they go, I'm not going to play that, and then like, wait a minute, I can fight dragons in a fantasy universe. I'm into that. I've completely lost my train of thought. What was I saying?
Oh, just from switching from Persona to metaphor.
What else?
Based on, I guess, the theme, based on the.
No, I was going to say something really cool, and then I completely forgot what I was going to say. God damn it. Music's great. It's amazing. I like the ability where if you're stronger than enemies in the overworld, you just walk over to them and like hack and slash hit them, and then they die. Like they did this with the Super Mario RPG remake, which I was like, that's a really cool feature to add to JRPGs. This should be in every JRPG from now on. Like, I don't have to grind 500 different enemies, sort of thing. I should just be able to defeat enemies that I'm clearly stronger than.
Yeah. Speeding up the process when you're just trying to grind lower. Yeah, 100%.
I think at the start of the game, I felt like I was with. I feel like this game is harder in some respects than Persona. It feels like, but it's also like, I would say the combat's way more in depth, and like, it's much more about changing. Your team comp is a lot more important in this game, I would say. Like, Persona combat is more about like, okay, I'm going to find the elemental weakness of this enemy, and I'm going to exploit the weakness. And exploiting weaknesses is good in this game, but it's much more about what overall... Because there's like a combo move you get from having certain team comp party members, and with the archetype system, you go into like this velvet room inside Metaphor, and you can change your archetype at any point. When you're playing the game, so you can be like, okay, this guy's a warrior, but then it's like, well, actually, if I have two warriors and a brawler, then I can get this ability, which allows me to make an enemy weak to piercing attacks, and this enemy has no weaknesses, so I'll make them weak to piercing attacks, and then I have warriors or like knights, sorry, that have piercing attacks, and then I can give this enemy a weakness and exploit that. Or it's like, well, actually, this enemy is like a water elemental, and he's really weak to fire. But if I have 3 mages in my party, I then get access to a meteor, which deals like severe fire damage and can let me like one-shot this guy who otherwise would escape in one turn. But I can actually kill him and farm a bunch of mag, which I need to get resources to upgrade my archetypes. And it's like you do want to switch between on the fly, but then also when you switch between the different archetypes, you then have certain levels on that certain character with that archetype, so you do want to level them up. There's a really nice feature where if you have a character that's a max archetype, when they level up, instead of wasting the level, it gives you a golden leaf, which gives you 1,000 archetype experience. So you can just use items that you've earned from leveling up your max level characters to just be like, okay, I need this guy to be a warrior now. I'm just going to give him a bunch of XP. You're now like a high level warrior. You now have access to this useful ability, and I can use that as well. Oh, by the way, did I mention the UI? The UI is really fucking cool. It's a fucking Atlas game. The UI fucking kicks ass. It's like this game is very Renaissance in a lot of ways. Like you have is it the Vitruvian Man, sort of like the dissection of like a human with many arms.
Oh, but there's Da Vinci's drawing. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Yeah.
But not, like it's also like the Renaissance in terms of like the changing of ideas and the changing of like leadership and stuff like that. Like it's really interesting. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. This is very important. This game has a quest in it that reminded me of a fucking Witcher 3 side quest, which is probably the highest praise I could give this game, because the Witcher 3 side quest can get so fucking dark and so like brilliantly like mind-bending to a point where like I'm not sure like if this person's evil or like they're just really well designed characters and stories, right? And like Persona 3 is the darkest Persona game, but Metaphor is by far potentially the darkest Atlas game they've ever made. Like the game literally starts with a cutscene of the king being murdered. Like someone walks in and just stabs him, and he's like, "I'm gonna be the king."
Sets the tone.
Now. Yeah, like immediately off the bat, it's like this is a darker game, and I think I've said this before, but like one of the quests is like, "Oh, we're sacrificing children now. I didn't think we were going to go down that route, but yeah, I mean, we can talk about that." And I'm like, the person doing it, I'm like, it's pretty evil, but I'm also kind of seeing where you're coming from, and it's also like, it's very morally grey, and it's very well written.
Hey, are you all right?
Justifying evil things makes it more interesting to explore and
I think
more
that is
scary in a way.
I think that's why Metaphor got so much praise this year. It's like it's taking those awesome systems and great like character designs and enemy designs and UI designs and just taking what makes Persona so great and making it accessible to so many more people and just broadening its horizon and opening it to a brand new audience, which I was like, it's so fucking cool. I already love all the characters. You know I love Hulkenberg, and the fact they removed romance from this game is really pissing me off.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all, because I don't get it. I get it.
This game is less about your interpersonal relationships than it's
I get
more
it.
about...
I understand that it's less about that, but I would still have it.
I mean, if someone wants to mod it in, I'll play it. But,
Yeah.
I really like the characters so far, like... You won't see him in like the early game, but Heismay is a really cool character, and doing what he does as well, like props to him. Stroll is a really cool character. Of course, Hulkenberg's great. Like there's a lot of great characters in this game, and I think one thing that has spoiled me about this game is Persona 3 Reload has the most spoken voiced dialogue of any Atlas game ever made, I believe, or at least every Persona game. And there's so much dialogue in that, and it's so like every social link in Persona 3 Reload is 100% voice acted. In Metaphor, the actual like social links in this game are not voice acted, and like I was playing through a dungeon at one point and I thought my game had bugged out and become muted because I was like, I'm reading all this dialogue and none of the characters are speaking in game, and I'm like, no way, there's just no dialogue for this section. Like I think because they've been developing so many games at once, like they put so much effort in Persona 3 Reload, and then they were also making this game and they weren't sure how successful it's going to be. This game makes me really interested to see like Metaphor ReFantazio 2 or whatever's coming next, where they're like, okay, there's some really good systems in this game, but let's like, if we like crank up the voice acting and stuff like that, like I think it'll be even better. Like I don't mind reading lines of dialogue like every now and then, but it's like, just like some of the voice acting in Persona 3 Reload is just genuinely really good and just adds so much more to like the tension and the atmosphere of the game. Like it's really good. It's really fucking good. And Tony, I played the entirety of fucking Persona 3 Reload, and I'm only 40 hours into this game, but I think people kept asking me, it's like, what do you think of that? What do you think of Metaphor? And I kept saying, well, I'm only like 20 hours in. Like I can't get a good grip on it. I'm 40 hours in. I feel like I have a fairly good grip on the game. I have not finished it yet. It's going to be on my backlog. Hopefully I can get around to finishing it now that I've started to finish up some of these. Persona 3, you shoot yourself in the head when you summon your persona. Yeah. In Metaphor ReFantazio, when you awaken your archetype, you rip your heart out and crush it. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with the Atlas people, but they're like, no. You need to fucking do something to harm yourself to summon your power. I guess it's the idea of sacrifice is the way that you gain your power, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Call this real.
There's still something more visceral than. Yeah, I mean, it's a metaphor, surely.
It's a metaphor, yeah. Well, I found the metaphor when
Oh, yeah, you sent me the.
the toothbrush of hygiene. Oh, he's
Yeah.
punching himself in the heart. He's ripping it out. It's metal. It's mechanical.
My name is Leon Stroll de Halliatus. My home and my family were taken from me. I am the last of my house. I am the last of my noble bloodline. And in the name of my people, I will strike you down where you stand.
I just realized you can't hear the sound, can you? Because I'm not streaming this to you. There is sound playing right now, which is why I was being so quiet.
Yeah. I've got some
I was
that
listening
I can,
to.
I can do it, fine. Yeah.
Come, I will show you a world
Yeah.
of honor.
Yeah, I think they upped everything with Metaphor.
Wait,
In terms of like the actual overall gameplay.
well, better show him how to use it.
I do
But I think it is just like it's very different from Persona. Persona's like interpersonal relationships and jazz and idealized world, and it's more about like
So he scampers off to protect himself.
it's like a more of like a coming of age story,
Shields.
and then like
His true colors.
Metaphor is more like
The filthy
this world is full of racism and religion and politics and is fucked. And we have this idea given to us through a fantasy book of what an ideal world could look like, and how as a society can we come together and change this? They're different things, but they're both interesting in their own right.
Yeah, 100%.
Mm. Yeah. I think that's the end. I have to give the game of the year.
You have to choose one, right?
Yeah, I am going to choose one, and I've already made up my mind on this. I have a
Okay.
visual image here.
No holding back.
My game of the year of 2024 is Persona 3 Reload. I love Metaphor, but
Right.
no game has connected with me like Persona 3 Reload has connected with me this year. I adore the characters in this game, and I think when you find a game that makes you feel like the way Persona 3 made me feel, that is something truly special in gaming. Like, it's a piece of art that I've connected with. And as
Yep.
much as like I want to be like, you know, like if I didn't play Persona 3, I could easily see like Balatro being my game of the year. I could easily see Indiana Jones is like such a tight, great game. UFO 50 is such a cool indie game. Animal World does so much cool stuff with like exploration and puzzles, and like Prince of Persia, another Crab Treasure, great tight gameplay games. You know, NES tight gameplay game. Turnip Boy, great like, you know, length game. Hellblade, great like mechanical grief and storytelling, but like Persona 3 just has everything I wanted in a game. It has
Like theme mechanics and
theme
I can understand
mechanics,
All coming together,
characters,
yeah, that makes sense.
music, UI, atmosphere. Like it's just a joy to like. I played a lot of these games, and a lot of them I was like, these are great, and I kept playing them, and I was like, yeah. Some of them I was like immediately like, this is really good, I got to play more of it. Some of them they took a little bit longer, and then as soon as I played them for a little bit longer, I was like, yeah, there's something special here. I just could not. As soon as I started playing Persona 3, I was like, this is a joy from start to finish. It is just so fucking fun. And I love like the calendar system and the way it like makes you prioritize your actions, and it feels like you're physically moving through time in a year, and it doesn't feel bad, but there's like there's consequences to doing certain things, so it adds weight and gravitas to them. And there's like playing stuff like Persona and Metaphor, I'll be like, do I talk to this person today? Do I do like, it feels like every decision I make is really impactful and really matters in those games, and it just yeah, it's just really fun to play. I love Persona 3 Reload, and I love every game I've talked about today. So yeah, those are my games that came out 2024.
And wait, is that total of, was that 11 or 12 in the end?
11 I gave individual awards. Well, it depends if you count, because I gave the multiplayer game its own individual award. I gave
That's true.
a DLC one. I gave the best game I played in that year award. But I picked 11 games, single player games, that I was like, these are my games of 2024. And my favorite was Persona 3 Reload. I played Persona 3 Reload really early on in the year, and I was just like, damn, I'm going to really struggle to find a game that tops that. And I really did. Like, Indiana Jones UFO 50 came in right at the end for me. Got really close, but yeah, I just generally enjoyed it. So I'll give my Year of Japan update. Japan games, I played my first Persona game. I played my Persona Rhythm game. I played Catherine. I played Metaphor ReFantazio, which means I played 4 Atlas games. I guess what I learned this year in my Year of Japan experience is I love Atlas games. I played my first Final Fantasy game. I played Katamari Damacy. I played Rez. I played every single Pac-Man game, which is not something I set out to do. I played Tetris. I played Super Mario 3D Land. I played Princess Peach. I played Mario and Donkey Kong. I played Splatoon. I played NES Championship Edition. I briefly played a Yakuza game for an hour, but I did not finish it. I think I'm going to play a different Yakuza game. I think Like a Dragon Gaiden would really confuse the hell out of me. I was like, who are these characters? What is this story? What is going on? I think maybe I'll start a Yakuza 0. I played Power World. I played Hi-Fi Rush. I played a lot of Japanese games this year. I wish I played more. So I was looking over my Year of Japan stuff, and I was saying, I want to play Castlevania, Monkey Ball, Sonic, and Bayonetta, which I said I all might play in 2024. I was like, these are Japanese games that I really want to play. I didn't play any of these. I do still want to play those games. So hopefully I get to playing those games. It was also the year of Game Pass, which is cool. It was also accidentally the year of jazz and FMV dating games for me, when I just started.
Yeah.
And that the reason I really got into jazz was I watched 46 animes in 2024. I have a list of them, and I counted them all, and I said, damn, I watched 46 of them. My favorite anime that aired in 2024 was Dandadan. Every Thursday, I was like, fuck yes, I can watch a new episode of Dandadan. Like, it was by far my favorite anime of that year. Some that came close were Dangers in My Heart Season 2, Orb, which is still airing. I literally watched Orb like a couple of hours ago, and it's still really fucking sick. It's 15th century Europe as an anime, where somebody goes, I think the Earth might actually not be the center of the universe, and it's like the concept of an idea being more dangerous than a human being. Like, it's really interesting. Machine Too Many Losing Heroines came close as well. My favorite anime I watched in 2024, I've bored you to death with this, Tony. Kids on the Slope is really fucking good.
Oh, yeah.
Some honorable mentions. Prison School, the anime and the manga is so fucking funny. Like, I'm not joking. Watching the anime, I was laughing out loud constantly, and reading the manga, I was laughing out loud. It is so funny. But it's really hard to recommend because it's fucking ecchi, and like, so it's hard to recommend something, but it's just genuinely really funny. Like, easier comedy animes to recommend that were really good. Some of my favorites I watched this year would be Spy X Family or Mob Psycho, are really good, like, action comedy animes that came out in previous years. They're really, really good. They'd be a lot easier to recommend. So let's end the podcast. We're at our normal podcast length for 4 hours.
Yep.
What's next for 2025? Before we finish, Tony, I wanted to say what's next.
Yes.
And
I think for me, I have some projects I wanted to finish. Right.
Did you want to go first?
Yeah, I got some short It's like I want to finish Baldur's Gate 3. That's the first thing I need. And I started in October Resident Evil stuff. I need to just finish going through all those games. Um, I have other things, but I think I might leave that for like a future podcast.
Yeah.
Ideas that I have, I want to try, maybe do, but yeah, I think I just finish big games and series that I was excited to do and actually finish those games.
Yeah. So for me, I've talked about this before, but after I watched a video by CGP Grey, the YouTuber, he said the best thing you can do when it comes to New Year's resolution is not to set a goal, because goals are very easy to fail and then give up on. You should set a
Yeah.
theme for the year. So last year was,
Yeah.
well, the year before, 2023 was the theme was the year of emulation. I then learned that I was like, Nintendo games are good, and I think I like Japanese games. So I went, year of the theme is the year of Japan. This year, 2025, I think I'm going to do the year of fighting games. I have always loved 1v1 games. I've always loved multiplayer games, but I've always avoided fighting games because I was like, well, I'll have to sit and learn combos and that doesn't sound fun to me. But I think I'm at a point where I love one of my favorite games of 2023 that I played was Sekiro, and that's a game that's just about sitting and fighting people one on one. And I'm just like, if I just spent a little bit of time just learning a couple of combos, I think I could genuinely really enjoy fighting games. So I have gone out and purchased some games. So I've bought Street Fighter 6. This is the game I'm the most interested in playing first. I think I'm going to try and learn Street Fighter 6 and see how I go from there. I did buy Tekken 8, so I'm going to try a Tekken game as well. I did buy Marvel vs. Capcom, and I didn't buy the one you're thinking of. I bought the 3D one, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, which doesn't have great reviews, but there's a community mod that just came out which completely changes the art style and rebalances it. That's made by a really popular fighting game YouTuber called Maximilian Dude. It's called Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite and Beyond. If you, I can pull up the video, I guess. But it makes it look really, really cool. Like before, it was like these ugly 3D models, but they like add, thick black lines and like shaders to them to make them look more like it's like the Marvel Rivals effect, right? Where they make them look more like actual comic book characters rather than the ugly.
Yeah.
And like I like the way they said they were balancing it, where they were like, we're not going to nerf powerful characters, we're more so going to buff underutilized characters, which I was like, that's a more so an interesting way to go about it.
Yeah.
Now, before this Christmas sale where I was finalizing some fighting games I wanted to play, I did have some fighting games in my library that I was interested in checking out. So I do have, I have Skullgirls in my library. I didn't know I had Skullgirls, but that's like a popular 2D anime fighter game that I've
I think it's so Biscuit that said this, but it's like Skullgirls has a really good tutorial for like getting into fighting games if you've never gone used to them before. But I've never done it myself.
Playing Persona games, I learned that there was a Persona fighting game. So I have Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. So I'm going to play the anime fighter Persona. I have a random Naruto Boruto game that I think I got in a bundle or something. So I was like, I actually, unironically, have played Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm on the Xbox 360, like the Naruto fighting game, and I actually quite like it. I was a fan of the anime as a kid, as like a teenager. So I have played a bit of Naruto fighting games and I liked it, so maybe I'll give another one a try. Then I have the Mortal Kombat Arcade Collection, which I think is some of the old, it might be defunct now, but it's like more of an old emulation of the old Mortal Kombat games, so I might give that a try. Dive Kick is a really simple fighting game where it is essentially, there's two buttons, there's dive and there's kick, so I thought that would be interesting to try out because it's like, it's going to have a lot of depth, but it's going to be very simple to play. I love that there's like have you seen fighting boxes where you have like a fight stick box where you have like a joystick and buttons?
Yeah.
I think I kind of they made it into an actual thing, but people were like, you have one of these boxes and it has 2 buttons and it's like dive and kick. I thought that would be
Yeah, I
so
think I
fucking
have
funny.
seen like an Instagram like thing of that or something, or something along those sort of lines, like a short form video of some kind.
I found this image. Dive kick. Yeah. And then finally, Brawl Out. Another indie. This is more like a platform fighter. I'm just Googling. Does this one have Shovel Knight in it? I need to add it to the list of games that feature Shovel Knight.
Does it? Yeah.
I think
Sure, it's a sort of made a list, surely.
because it has like the it has like one from it has one from Guacamelee. It has Ukulele. It has like a is this the guy from like Hyperlight Drifter? It has like a bunch of indie characters. I think I remember watching the trailer and it's like Shovel. There's going to be Shovel Knight in it, and then I think it's like a fake out, and they actually Shovel Knight's not in this game. So they like fake out he's going to be in this game because I think he's maybe isn't Shovel Knight in Super Smash Brothers as an assist trophy? I'm fairly sure he is, right? He's in so many games at this point. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, those are the games I'm going to try out. I think I'm going to start with Street Fighter 6. My goal is to unlock Cammy's traditional outfit too. That's my goal with Street Fighter 6.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the end of the podcast, Tony. That's my games of the year 2024. Anything to add before we end?
No, I don't have a theme of games I'm just gonna play, but I don't know.
Okay.
No, I will try and stick to mine. I
All right.
guess you're gonna stick to your theme.
Yep. Hopefully. Well,
So
I'm a couple weeks in and I haven't played a single fighting game, so we're doing well. I've been playing all the stragglers from 2024. So yeah, we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
bye.